Good morning, everyone. I'm still not happy. Morning, everyone. Yeah, I think we need more students here. My name is Sibulelo Kaulayo. I'm a lecturer at the Social Work Department. So I've been asked to be the program director for today's event. So we are a bit behind with time. If we can kindly ask the people who are outside to come in, please. Yes. We've got a very packed program for, yeah, we have a very packed program for today's event. I'm not sure if everyone can hear me. Can you all hear me? Yeah, I think, yeah. So we got a very packed program for today's event. We're supposed to start at 9. Then we are going to end at 10 to 4. So there's been refreshments that have been prepared for you. Please do not leave, assuming that there's nothing that has been prepared by the faculty for you. So I just want to go through these house rules so that everyone can behave well. So we've got six. I do trust you, by the way. We've got six house rules that I would like for us to familiarize ourselves with. The first one is respectful conduct, which means that we should treat each other with respect. And the second one is the use of electronic devices. So can we please have our phones on silent so that we do not disturb the speakers who are going to be presenting. Then also when it comes to time management, which also applies to both speakers and students, can we please make sure that we adhere to the time? I think the time that has been allocated for each speaker is 10 minutes. So if we can please make sure that we adhere to the time when it comes to presentations. Then when it comes to questions and discussion protocols, please make sure that you write down your question and be concise when you're asking a question. I know other people like to give a background of their question. Please make sure that you are straight to the point and concise. Then when it comes to healthy and safety protocols, I think there are two exit doors on each side of the venue. Please make sure if there's an emergency that you make use of those exit doors. Then when it comes to photographs and recording, I know that we have people who are content creators. Please make sure that you respect the speakers. I don't know how if other people will be comfortable being recorded. I think it's part of the because we also have cameras at the back. So please make sure that you are respect. You can also ask the person that you recorded if you can maybe post it on any social media platform so that you can get a consent. So that's it from me. I am going to invite. So I am a Xhosa man, and in my culture, whenever we have an event, we usually, as a way of welcoming our guests, we usually say that take off your jacket. But I would like for us to do that in a very strategic and a sequence manner. So I'm going to, with my two speakers now, who is going to be the Deputy Dean, Prof. Maria, will give you an instruction as a way of welcoming you. So she'll probably say maybe you can take your notebook and put it on front of you and take down notes. Then our dean will officially welcome you with an instruction to take off your jacket. So yeah. So I'm going to invite those two speakers to follow each other. I'm not going to come and introduce them. They are going to or be very familiar with them. Prof. Maria Florence, as well as Prof. Anita Padbananoni. Yeah, difficult to pronounce, just like my surname. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Sibu. That was a lot of rules to keep in our head. We'll try to behave, but thank you so much. I see we put the right person in charge. So we do have, I have asked Dr. Donis to take some pictures, but I'd like you, if you're not comfortable with being photographed, to please approach me during the day and then we will respect your decision with regards to the photography and any other recordings we have made. Um, Then the other announcement, Mariette gave me another instruction. Mariette can just raise her hand, the lovely lady at the back, for the presenters and the students who have anything that needs uploading. She's waiting for you. You can just make a turn by her to either give it to her on a flash drive or mail it to her. Mariette Fourie Jordan. It's M Fourie dash Jordan at UWC, and then she will be able to display your post, your poster, your artwork, your PowerPoint presentation, etc. So I am delighted to see the room so full. I'm delighted that it's not just CHS people here. I'm very happy that you have taken the time to put our students' interest on your agenda, our students' well-being, which as you know, many of you know, is a strategic priority in our faculty. It helps that we have a psychologist, a registered psychologist as our dean. Anita, thank you for being here this morning as well. Hop along as you are. Um, but that's not the only reason. We really do value our students' well-being, and so that is our focus for the entire day today. Although there are lots of other things happening, this is sort of the culmination, which we try to do once a year. So I want to welcome you to the Faculty of Community and Health Sciences Student Wellbeing Colloquium. We gathered here today at the School of Public Health to address a theme that is both urgent and deeply personal. We've called it From Surviving to Thriving, Reflective Pathways to Collective Student Wellbeing in Health Sciences. So in the health sciences, we often focus so intently on the well-being of others that we neglect our own. The path through clinical training and academic rigor can often feel like a journey of pure survival. But survival is not the end goal. That's what we want to emphasize today. Our goal is to create a culture where thriving is the standard. This requires us to look at reflective pathways, meaning we must constantly look inward at our own experiences to understand how we can better support one another. Today is about moving beyond individual endurance towards collective well-being. So you'll see that the tables are arranged in a different way. The seating is arranged in a different way. Our format, and I think at some point, Mariette will put the program up. We don't do a lot of printing. We have a limited budget, but we do have a program. We will be using the World Cafe format, and we have a couple of experts in the task team who are very experienced at using the World Cafe format. So they're going to be assisting with that process. So to engage through this World Cafe format, we aren't just here to listen, we're here to converse. So there will be some presentations, but we want to hear from you as well. So we especially welcome the students because remember, this is all about you. And I'm really glad to see that so many of the students have made the time. I know you have classes. I know you have a lot of assessments now in the lead up to the publication of CAM so that your lecturers can mark by what is it, the beginning of May. Um, so I really appreciate that you're here, and I want you to know that this is about you. This is all about you and your well-being and how you're functioning in your causes. So a central part of today's program is this World Cafe format. Instead of traditional static lectures, the World Cafe invites you to participate in roundtable conversations facilitated by people like Dr. Luzanne Africa. She really put this part of it together very nicely. We will have Prof. Gerard Phillies who will join us, and then Candice Lombardo will always also be one of the facilitators. And our students are here, masters and PhD students from different parts of the faculty, although most of them are from psychology, um, because they like to help me. They will be assisting with the World Cafe as well. So the format allows for a cross-pollination of ideas as groups rotate and engage with critical questions such as managing trauma, How do we support students processing the trauma they witness on the clinical platform? Many of our students work on the clinical platform. Then holistic health. How can we integrate physical wellness as a tool to strengthen mental health? And then finally, there were only three questions because we have to keep it within the time limit, but we could go on forever. How do relationships and supportive networks contribute to our collective success? The sessions are designed to capture the collective wisdom in this room, and there's lots. And it's not only the staff who will bring the wisdom, students. We want to hear your thoughts. We want to hear your voices, your challenges, and your proposed strategies for embedding self care into the very fabric of our academic and clinical lives. We want to celebrate the students' voices, so we've also included, and thank you to Shahid and Mohammed for being here from the, I'm going to get this name wrong, I think Health Promotions Unit also brought this very creative aspect to our offering. We have a creative arts competition where students have submitted some work and they're going to present some of their work around the theme that we have for today. And finally, we recognize that academic language cannot always capture the full weight of the student experience. This is why I'm particularly excited about this creative arts competition. So later today, we'll witness the students' performances and expressions ranging from poetry and dance to digital artifacts and photo stories. I won't mention any of the names, but because I really don't know who's actually come here, but they'll be introduced to you as they present. And these works represent the heart of our theme. They are reflective pathways in action, using art to make sense of the storm and find peace within it. So, our shared goal, by the time we reach the end of the program today, our goal is to have identified clear pathways forward. We hope to leave here not just with a better understanding of student well-being, but with a renewed sense of belonging to a community that cares for its carers. So thank you for being part of this vital conversation, and let us begin the journey from surviving to thriving together. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, students. I've been hopping along quite a bit for these past 3 weeks. So I'm often criticized, not only by my colleagues in psychology, but more broadly for not necessarily prioritizing my well-being and pushing myself even when I am injured. But I thought, let me start by sharing with you an anecdote. So, as you know, I attended CHS graduation last week, Monday. And while we were in the roving room, I was chatting to another dean and a member of the executive. And this dean was saying to the executive and myself, "Oh, why didn't you just delegate? I mean, you're walking around with a crutch and a moon boot. Why didn't you just delegate?" And the member of the executive said, "Well, the problem is with her foot. There's nothing wrong with her mouth." So there is nothing wrong with my mouth or my brain. So in that spirit, I'm going to start this introduction. So I'm very pleased to welcome you to our student wellbeing colloquium. And we are gathered today to reflect on a subject that is it's spoken about very warmly, student well-being, but I question whether it is spoken about honestly enough. So let's start by what exactly is student well-being. And when we think about student well-being, we think about students' mental health. But well-being it's far more than just mental health. It is about whether students are able to exercise their full capacities as human beings and not merely survive and get through the university, but to actually participate in the university to grow and to flourish. The other thing about well-being is that for all of us, including our students, it's spoken about as if it were a personal choice. that we need to take better care of ourselves. We need to focus on work life balance. We need to access support services. We need to tell somebody when we're struggling and to reach out for help in time. We tell our students to go to the counseling center to access the disability unit. So, in this view, well being is positioned largely as an individual responsibility, something that you manage by being self aware, by being insightful, mindful, through self discipline, and through cultivating good habits, and also by reaching out and seeking help in time. But I find this framing of well being very problematic because it assumes that all students have equal capacity to make these choices, while ignoring the unequal conditions in which those choices are actually made. So, student well being is not only shaped by what students do, it's shaped by the circumstances in which they live and in which they study. And in the context of higher education, well being is shaped by whether our students feel safe, whether they are housed, fed, supported, included, and treated with dignity. It is shaped by whether they can participate in university life without feeling overwhelmed by financial pressure, by hunger, by exclusion, by historical trauma, or uncertainty. Student well being is not simply about balance, it's not simply about self care, positive thinking, positive coping, individual resilience. It is actually about power, it is about inequality, exclusion, material hardship, and the broader social conditions in which students are expected to learn, to persist, and to succeed. So, if we are really serious about student well being, we need to move beyond the comforting language that we use student success, student support, and we need to confront some uncomfortable truths. And that is for the majority of our students, the university is entered into not from a position of security, it's entered into from a context of precarity. Many of our students, they arrive with the weight of poverty, food insecurity, housing instability, significant family responsibilities, and the psychological burden of simply trying to make it through institutions and systems that were not necessarily built or designed with them in mind. And these types of issues, they actually shape how students proceed in higher education. So, as we begin this colloquium, I want to suggest that one of the questions is not only about how we support students to cope better, it is also about how we think more critically about what students are being asked to cope with. And this requires us, I believe, to be clear about both the responsibility and the limits of the university. Universities like UWC, they matter. They can create caring, inclusive, and responsive environments. They can improve access to counseling, to disability support, to mentoring, to financial aid processes, and to an institutional culture. We can train our staff to be more responsive, to be kind, to be caring. And universities can build systems that recognize students as whole people, rather than simply as throughput rates or as statistics or as administrative responsibilities. But universities alone, on their own, they cannot solve unemployment. They cannot solve poverty, hunger, spatial exclusion, unsafe neighborhoods, failing health systems, gender based violence. They cannot, on their own, solve the deep fractures of a profoundly unequal society. If we expect universities alone to compensate for every social failure, we place impossible demands on institutions while leaving untouched the wider politic and economic arrangements that actually continue to produce student vulnerability. In that sense, student well-being is not just a higher education issue. It is a social justice issue. It is a question about the kind of society we build and the kind of society we are willing to build. So, this doesn't mean that universities are powerless. We must do what we can and we must do it really well. But we must also recognize that meaningful student well being depends on broader social transformation. If adverse outcomes for our students are rooted in adverse conditions, then those conditions must be addressed. If students are struggling because the environments around them are unequal and under-resourced, then our response must be more than therapeutic. It must be more than intervention focused. It must actually focus on structural change. This, I hope, is part of what this colloquium can make possible, not only for us to share what is working, what is good practice, what is intervention worthy, but also to interrogate the limits of what is possible, the limits of our interventions. Not only to ask how student well-being can be promoted, but how institutions, communities, and very importantly, the state can become more just, more accountable, and more capable of sustaining human dignity. So I hope today's engagements will be thoughtful, will be rigorous, and will be honest. And I hope they will challenge us to think beyond the familiar, comforting language of student support and student success, and towards a more critical understanding of what care, responsibility, and transformation entail and how they are integrated. So thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you to both Madam Dean and Deputy Dean, Prof. Florence. So now I'm going to, so with what has been said so far, if I may just tie it up, we are made aware that UWC is a student-centered institution. So it is evident through the initiatives which have been introduced to strengthen student wellness as part of the student-centered approach. So with the two speakers who are that I'm going to invite to come forward, one, Ms. Carey, who is an officer for, who works as an officer for therapeutic services. She's also responsible for she's a qualified social worker, by the way. Social workers, we are represented. Yeah. She works with CHS students to provide them with therapeutic services. Then I'm also going to invite Mr. Shahid Mohammed, who also work within the Student Health Promotion Unit. Thank you. Thereafter, we will decide whether we should take a tea break because with time, we are a bit strained. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I can't do the podium, so I hope this is fine with all of you. Lovely to see you all. My name is Carrie. I'm a social worker, as Sipulelo introduced me. I work, basically, I'm the counselor who meets with CHS students. I'm based at the Center for Student Support Services at Therapeutic Services, where I provide individual therapy. And I also I'm also responsible for group work and workshops within our faculty. It's really comforting to see so many familiar faces today. And yeah, thank you so much for the invitation. Wonderful to be part of this. I would like to ask, because I get the feeling, I know we're going to have a full day. I was here at our last colloquium. But I think sometimes we just need a moment to stop and set an intention, and I'm going to ask everybody to do that. So if you could, just for yourself, just personally, we're not going to discuss it, take a moment to reflect on what you would like to get from today. So it's going to be full. I think that's clear. But everybody, if you could just take a moment to think, what do you want to get from this experience today? And once you formulated that in your mind, so just maybe everybody just lift your hand so we can see where you're at, and then we'll move on. So just what do you want to get from today? Kind of think that for yourself. Raise your hand once you've set that intention. Just a little show of, okay, cool, cool, setting. Okay, we're there. Thank you very much. And I'd like you to hold that close just so that we keep checking in with like where we're heading, what are we doing here? Okay. And the second part of this intention is, what are you willing to invest? So yes, we are with our bodies, but we have the option to decide what we're going to invest. So the second part of what I'm asking is, please set an intention for what you are willing to invest in this experience. And once you've done that, please just raise your hand so I can see where everybody's at. Cool. Thank you. So please hold that close today, just so we keep sort of hold that awareness of why we're here, what we hope to achieve, and the fact that it's a shared responsibility. I'm not going to speak too much about what I do. Many of you have met me through your faculties. I would like to, because we don't have printouts of the sort of the Meet the Speaker sort of abstracts, but they were beautiful. Whoever was responsible for that, thank you so much. And also to please look at the program as well, so that you can see who's involved here, because there's some fantastic connections and some fantastic um, uh, efforts. Um, I'm not going to speak too much about what I do. I'm actually more going to speak a little bit about just, and when I speak about mental health and wellness, please know that because of today's topic, I'm generally referring to student mental health and wellness. CHS faculty has an integrated student mental health and wellness plan that sort of guides and determines how student mental health and wellness um, is created, and yeah, that that sort of guides how we address student health and wellness. The title of this colloquium and today's program, with all the different speakers and all the different contributions, really embodies the three core areas of the integrated student mental health and wellness plan. I hope that's the last time I have to say that. It's quite a mouthful. When I first saw it, I was like, really? Is it not an easier way to say it? But there actually isn't. The three core areas are, and I'm going to repeat this. So I think it's going to kind of become a mantra, but I'd like to also ask you to remember to create a mental health and wellness environment, to prevent mental health crises, and to respond effectively to mental health and wellness needs. So CPR. Quite cool, actually, to be able to remember things in that way. So that's the acronym for, if we're looking at student mental health and wellness, that the sort of focus areas that we, as a faculty, are are holding awareness of and trying to structure our responses. As we move through today's program, I'd like to encourage you to connect with what you hear and what you see, um, and kind of also relate it to what we're speaking about in creating, preventing, and responding. You'll see it's so clear in some of the work that's been done where this fits into the mental health and wellness program. The inputs today will offer specific insights into work being done within this faculty, to co-create, and I'm going to call it co-create, because it's not a creation that is then imposed. Today, you'll see that there's been so much collaboration in developing interventions to support wellness. Mental health and wellness, and this has been mentioned, and it's going to be mentioned again, care for the carer. And you kind of attract audience. So I want to emphasize care for the carer. Everybody that's attracted to these kind of careers really has to uh, hold a strong awareness of their own self-care. So mental health and wellness are not unique to a specific group of individuals. Today we focused on student wellness, but everybody involved here needs to be well and able to support students. So, Anita, just referring to what you spoke about earlier, and you did it so eloquently. um, wellness is impacted by the environment, the context, and the community in which we find ourselves. Not where we live only, this is a community too. The wellness of those around us impacts our own wellness. Obvious, but I like to say it and repeat it. And in the context of higher education, the mental health and wellness of students can't be attained without the wellness of those who support, teach, supervise, um, and supervise them. For all of us in the caring professions, this is an awareness that we have to hold very, very close. And I think these are the first things that that when we're busy and when we are, I'm going to use the word overwhelmed. I hear it a lot in my counseling room. Overwhelmed is like often in my counseling room, along with anxiety. They like each other. So I'm going to repeat. I'm wondering if you're starting to kind of anticipate what I'm going to say. That acronym is CPR. So co-create, prevent, and respond in relation to student mental health and wellness. Creating an environment that supports this wellness involves collaboration. In fact, it's a co creation. And looking through today's program, I was just amazed by the co creation that took place. People responding to needs. And I got the sense that not all of this happened formally. It wasn't like, oh, I have to write a master's thesis. What am I going to do? What could be appropriate? It seemed that really a lot of the work was responding to needs that were noticed among students. I'm very inspired. Can you tell? Really, that's when I had no idea what I was going to say today. And when I looked at that program, it was just so clear because there's such a richness of experience, but also sort of, I don't know, could I call it passion? It felt like it. So, in today's presentations and the World Cafe, which I think is going to be fantastic end to the day, we'll be introduced to a way in which staff and students co-created and responded to mental health needs through, and I'm going to list a few things that I noticed, encouraging student agency. Yes, the students here will be showing us how. Seeking diverse perspectives, and that's actively seeking diverse perspectives. So involving different people with different backgrounds and different lived experiences to contribute. Okay, just got to work through my list. Sharing responsibility, skills, and learning, working towards shared goals, and nurturing connection. And it's in the connection. When I think about individual therapy, so much of our wellness is can be contributed to by connection and the making of connection or feeling connected to something. The act of co-creating a mental health and wellness environment is in itself preventative. So among today's presentations, we'll hear and see responses to mental health and wellness needs. In some cases, students themselves coordinated the response. The diverse and creative methods of addressing student mental health and wellness that will be shared today are impressive. They are by no means the sum total of what's been done. In my work with the different departments, I see in the smallest ways in which student mental health is prioritized. And really, it's people providing, being available when they've actually got such a heavy workload. It's people, and some of my colleagues I actually sometimes need to give a talking to, always been contactable on their cell phones. I think we all deserve a little bit of time out as well. It's the small ways in which people engage with each other, but it's also these actions, these coordinated actions that are important. I hope today acts as an inspiration and motivation to all the individuals here who have invested their energy in contributing in the big and the small ways to student mental health and wellness. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? I'm not sure if this is on. But anyway, okay, there we go. Um, Thanks to everybody and thanks to the Dean for setting the scene. It rhymes. Well, later today, when we have our drama input, we're going to take each and every one of you to be integrally involved in a drama. Yes, it might be dramatic for you, but I think let's not be melodramatic, but I think that you're going to enjoy it. So, the first thing that we want to say, I am from the Health Promotion and Wellness Unit. And before I go further, my name is Shahid Mohammed, by the way. And just on the corner there, Ms. Mankanshu is the new program manager. Ms. Mankanshu, can you just stand, please, so that people can see you? Right, so there's our new head. Thank you so much. Um, and we believe in awareness raising, and part of our work is also referral. You know, if we feel that we get certain cases that are sensitive, we refer it to the various services here on campus. But as the dean is saying, it's not enough to say, okay, let's look at ourselves and let's just look at ourselves in isolation. Okay, right. Okay, this, you know, yeah, giving me something, but it you're creating more of a problem than anything else. But anyway, it's fine. Okay, it's on. It was off. My goodness. Um, and it's off again. But anyway, it's fine. I'll just speak. Um, it's fine. Um, our unit is quite an amazing setup. The center of our unit are the peer educators. That is your fellow students. I see there are even some of our peer educators here, so really great stuff. Our peer educators run the program. They've been through training and they run peer dialogues. Each one of them sits in a quiet way with 100 students through the year to discuss issues like safe practices, gender violence, mental health, and overall a healthy lifestyle. Now, we are not in isolation. You cannot say South Africa is well when 60% of the people are in poverty. And therefore, the unit concentrates on awareness raising. And each one of you, whether you be staff or student, you are a leader in your field. You need to identify yourself as a leader. There are certain societal aims that have been set internationally, and these aims are always contested. But one of the aims is to create a world by 2030 where there are going to be no more new infections in HIV. South Africa is still the epicenter of the HIV pandemic, and therefore we have a responsibility. The students and the staff here cannot wipe away that epidemic or pandemic. Each one of us, when we go out into the workplace or wherever we are, going into schools or into clinics, whatever, we are leaders and we are the ones that can drive this campaign to completion. So that's just a demonstration of the power that we have. And there are various other powerful tools that we use. Besides now the peer dialogues, we also use drama. Last year, we had a play on Palestine, and the focus was health and social justice. And we focused on the destruction of the healthcare system in Gaza. And we came up with the drama. The students wrote it and they directed it and performed it. I mean, we can post you the link as well. It was a success. Student led, and they said, well, why don't we have a love story? So they created a Romeo and Juliet type of love story, a Palestinian Christian falling in love with a Jewish woman. So in the heat of the violence, saying, here is the core issue that religious beliefs and is not the center. Human values is the center. So there are various other campaigns that we're also involved in, such as health and climate justice. So what we did, we organized a trip for some of our students. Some of them are from rural areas. They've never been to Table Mountain. So we organized a trip to the mountain, and we intersected that with videos and lessons on the struggle for water and the need to preserve the natural springs around Table Mountain. So that's just another example. And the further example is the amazing partnership that we have with the UWC Nature Reserve. Well, it's also called the Cape Flats Nature Reserve. How many of you have actually taken a walk through the nature reserve? Raise your hand. Yeah, it's not even half. It's not even half. And that's a signal. You are so busy with your own lives, and here is the nature reserve. It's 3% of the remaining fynbos of the Cape Flats that is preserved here. And we formed a partnership with them. Our peer educators, 25 of them, have been trained to be ambassadors, and we invite you. You can contact us. We can organize a training for you about the significance of this nature reserve. It's so amazing. They were saying that just by you planting an indigenous plant in your own garden or wherever you are in your residence, you actually are creating a pathway for the remaining fauna, the butterflies to travel, and birds when they are traveling from one reserve to the other, they have a place to rest. And through that, the fynbos on the Cape Flats is going to regenerate just by your own action. And we're also planning to organize a wellness walks on a Thursday. It's not yet happening, but you're welcome to link up with us. We've got a wellness club. So we want to invite you to become part of that, to say, listen, we cannot just be busy with academics all the time. Let's take a walk in the nature reserve and learn about it and just be in nature. We discovered a chameleon and various other animals there, and it was really amazing. Some people were so scared. They've never seen, because they've always busy with concrete blocks. They don't know about nature, and they're scared of nature. So it's a fantastic way of utilizing the amazing resources that we have here on campus. So again, I wanted to emphasize from our unit, we are an awareness unit primarily, and referral, of course, to the existing services. But the awareness raising has got many, many different forms. So we also organize many other activities where we involve students. Students are the core and are leading these particular programs. So in a nutshell, the wellness unit has got a drama section. It's got wellness club that is starting, and we have amazing creative ideas of activities. When it was Valentine's Day, we quickly organized. We know, okay, it might be a potential area where students are sexually active and maybe using unsafe practices. So on the Friday, the 13th, we organized an activity and awareness raising to strike at the right time. So these are the type of things that we do. When there was a staff wellness day, we were also active, but we also promote early testing. And that's what many people are aware of, but they don't actually action it, because if you test yourself, your vital signs regularly, you are able to, if there is any warning sign, you're able to action it and put in place corrective action. So these are the promotion of a healthy lifestyle. It's not just about yourself, but it's also becoming socially involved. So the two work hand in hand and side by side. And so we're inviting you. I think we will be, haven't planned yet a new intake of our peer educators for this year, but we've got a set of volunteers. If you wanted to come and volunteer for the unit to say, during your off time, you've got a bit of uh, time on your hands and you want to be socially useful and get involved in challenging the inequalities, pop around by a unit or sign up as a volunteer. We've got a lot of work for you. Even in the nature reserve, they can't use pesticides there, so it has to be the weeds and the Port Jackson has to be taken out manually. There's a lot of work out there, socially useful, and also it's you'll feel good about yourself as well. So please come along to our unit and promote the healthy lifestyle, and let's work together. So a presentation has frozen, but I haven't. Some people have legs that have gone, but the brain is still functioning. So yeah, the presentation is frozen, but the mind is still working. So thank you so much, and we look forward. The one thing before I end now, the challenge to you later on, you will be challenged to engage in a dramatic activity. I won't tell you what it is yet, but I want you to start thinking about one positive thought about yourself. Think about that. In the afternoon, we'll come back. So don't say you weren't warned. You're going to put pen to paper, or you can write it on your cell phone. Not now, later on. Thank you so much. See you later.
Thank you so much to our speakers for reminding us about those valuable input. So what I'm taking is that as a way of prioritizing our either mental health and well-being is to immerse ourselves with nature. And UWS offers just that. Thank you so much, Carrie, for reminding us about strategies in which and also why we need to prioritize our well-being. Thank you so much. So now we are going to take a break. Then it's going to be a 10-minute break, tea break. Then we come back at 9:55. So, which means that we have 7 minutes of a break. Then when we come back, we are going to hear from the voices of the students. I think the conversations has been so matured. So we want to hear now from the students themselves, their voices. Thank you so much.
Okay, it is working. It is working. It is working. No problem.
We came to facilitate, but left.
Me was finishing my honors year without falling apart.
Thriving. I didn't know what that looked like until I
Relationship building is important.
I don't think that you can stop. So my lean used to put it, you see, put it to back, you can break this left. I mean, yeah, are you question now? I mean, I think you. So the stripe have question and the. Oh, you see the belonging. Oh, no, you pick it like that. Oh, you go back. Right, and then, yeah, so you can keep your stripe and tray. Yeah, good, thank you, I really like to see you. I jumped in now. Many people. Should we put that question on the top again? Well,
Can I just invite you in?
Yeah, that's now I think the
Ready?
people still coming.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Let me just call people to come in. Welcome back, everyone. Can we please settle down? Can we please settle down? I don't want to be too much strict with time, but our program is quite long. So we need to adhere to time. So now we are going to, before I invite the three departments, let me just remind ourselves that one thing that we have as departments under the Community of Health Sciences is that we care. We as professionals in our professional disciplines, we provide care to the vulnerable population of our communities. So the next departments, three departments that I'm going to invite are going to tell us about how they go about caring for the vulnerable communities. Thank you so much. So they are going to follow each other without me coming and inviting them. Thanks.
Good morning, colleagues, students. I'm Dr. Ma from School of Natural Medicine. So my presentation today is about student well-being and success in School of Natural Medicine, and in particularly to supporting the final year students through the challenge to the achievement. For the final year students, I think maybe there are quite some number of final year students. So the context of the final year student is always the academic pressures. And beside that, for the department in School of Natural Medicine, the final year students have the financial gaps. So we have a degree called Bachelor of Complementary Medicine, although that is kind of closed. But at this stage, the BCM students in our department cannot get the NSFAS funding, which makes these students facing significant finance pressures beside their academic pressures. And we also find under this finance instability, because many students have to study and work part-timely, and with this academic pressures that it directly triggered the physical and the mental health crisis that even additionally threatens the students' learnings. So as a department, we try to develop an intervention and support plan for the final year student. Firstly, as the supervisor and the lecturer, we try to monitor the student challenges. The supervisor and the lecturer is the one that contacted with the student almost every day in the class and in the clinical practice. And we can find sometimes the student is not really in the mode for the lecturer or the practice. So some students said, so Dr. Ma, I can't treat the patient today. I feel I'm very depressed. I'm not in the mode to treat the patient. So we monitored what is happening with the student, or even we try to find what is happening with student health is as well the finance conditions. And also the department try to implement a flexible teaching and access task to all students at risk, which is the key department strategy to support them. Instead of they cannot catch deadline, then we can think how we can arrange a second plans. And additionally, the department try to enhance the interactive learnings. So the department promote a value-driven clinical practice to prioritize the dignity, the care, and the development on passionate for the healthcare professions to the student experience. I would like to share some case on the students who experience the personal, financial, and health challenge in their final year, particularly 2025. There are two students particularly that is very much impacted by the mental and physical health. So there is a student, her parents was diagnosed with a cancer and passed away in 2025. So this emotional traumas destabilized, okay, thank you, all aspects of the student life, particularly for her final year trainings. So she's absent for many class, and then every time she come to the clinic, she's not really in the mode to treat any patient. And another student facing a severe respiratory disorders who has to be urgently hospitalized, and the medical intervention is 2025 in June. And then June and July, she can hardly do any work to catch the research project. So obviously all these kind of mental and physical health impact, that is the medical leaves and the emotional difficulties, cause the learning task significant delayed in prepare and submitting the research proposals, because that curriculum you have to follow the very strict timelines. And also the impact on the clinical practice, attendance and performance, that is also very important. And beside that, this kind of a self-funded status leads to an increased finance burdens and stress added to this medical expense and academic setback. So we as a department look at this, let's say, take more care of these two vulnerable students particularly. So we try to open a line of communications with this two students particularly, especially the students that's in the kind of emotional difficulties. Anytime the students send us a WhatsApp or an email, we try to reply no matter it's a time at work or even at night. And for the academic accommodations, so the department facilitated the medical leave and adjusted the research project timeline to protect the academic progress during the recovery of the student. So the finance side is always give a student a lot of stress for both of the two students. So the department works closely with the faculty to help the student get to secure a community chest of bursaries. That is something additional to the NSFAS to ease the finance burdens on the fees and the life cost. And also department works closely with the universities to facilitate student award the China South Africa Healthcare Scholarship, support her for the academic potential internationally. In the university levels, the department works closely with the UWC Office of Students with a Disability and the CSSS to ensure psychosocial care to the student. Sorry. Why is that page now? Maybe Marian, please. Okay, thank you. Additionally, we find the interactive learning and community engagement is very important to the students at risk. So the rule of the interactive learning, so the interactive learning environment helps students under stress feel more grounded, supported, and focused. So the student told me the clinical work and the interactive Mandarin class was the only class when she could focus during her crisis. Okay, and the community engagement learning also benefits the vulnerable student. So the community outreach work cultivates a sense of purpose and belonging, helping students place personal challenging into a broad healing roles. So students also told me the community outreach reinforced their sense of purpose to learning, help them to see the treatment is beyond the symptom. Yeah. Okay. So through all these challenges, the student get quite achievement successful in 2025. So one student participated the summer camp in China, and she managed with the Beijing and the Hangzhou to see the Chinese medicine practice in China. That definitely benefit her training. And another student wins an excellent award in the short video, which reflect the ability and the insight on Chinese medicine knowledge. And both students are very active in the community engagement, and which works quite a lot in the Metropolitan Clinic and MES in Bevel. So that demonstrates understanding of the Chinese medicine knowledge. Okay, Yeah, I think there is one slide. It work now. So finally, both students complete the degree and graduate, and they attained the graduation ceremony last week. So for what we have learned as a department, firstly, we must say the success is beyond academic performance. Now, we're looking at the mark of each every curriculum, but we also realize the academic achievement also need to include the resilience, well-being, and the professional identity formation and ability to manage a challenge. Secondly, the role of department in the student transformation is very important. So timely intervention prevents the dropout and building the confidence of the student recovery from trauma and financial stress and health crisis. So structured and compassionate supervision supports the development of reflect empathetic future health profession development. Thirdly, we need we towards our value-driven education cultures. So the Bachelor of Complementary Medicine degrees educate integrated the clinical, community, and culture learning to provide a grounding purpose and belongings. And value anchored program ensure the student graduate not only the competent but humane, realism, and service oriented. Thank you. That is all for my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ma. But one thing that I picked up is that students have difficulties with finances, and it is evident right through the programs at UWC. So now I am going to invite physiotherapy. I've been informed that there's also, I think in our advertisement of the colloquium, we've asked students to submit their applications for competition. So physiotherapy, that is going to give us a TED talk, is going to be one of the departments that are going to be participating on our student competition. Then right at the end of our colloquium, then we are going to announce all the departments that have participated as well as the winner. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm not used to this mic. So, if I talk softly, but it's okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So good morning. My name is Amber. I am part of the council. I'm the chairperson of the council. And before we start this talk, we just want to say thank you for the invite of us being here on behalf of the council. So my team is here, and then also the class reps are also here from every year. So it's quite exciting. I hope this works. Yay! Okay. So our title for this talk is I wish I had been more prepared. So this is a topic that you'll find out that doesn't really get enough attention. We will talk about us as physio students that has to deal with the mental side on things. So because we are all once have been students, or people are here that are students still, you know that you don't only deal with the academic side of being a student. So a lot of us realize only later the things that we have to deal with each year, and the mental side of that. Only later we kind of realize what we need to deal with mentally. So today is an exciting time that we can share these insights with you guys. So what we hope to achieve is that we can open up a conversation of an honest platform to just talk about these things. And yeah, so that we can support our students in the future as well. Thank you. I'm going to go to my next colleague that's going to start.
I'm a first year and I'm already trained. As first years in high school, we were told that the transition from high school to university was very difficult. But you were never prepared mentally and emotionally. Okay. Um,
Sorry, Mary, can you just go to the next slide if you're able on your side? Thank you. Yeah. Yes, like come to the podium, please. Thank you.
messages speak. Okay, I'm just going to carry on. Let me start over again. I'm a first year and I'm already drained. As first years in high school, we're often told that the transition from high school to university was going to be difficult. But I feel like we were never prepared emotionally and mentally. As first years, as a first year student, I found myself feeling very behind. Not because I'm incapable, oh no, but because everything can feel so overwhelming that I don't know where to start. Sometimes I procrastinate, not out of laziness, but because of fear. Fear of starting when I already feel behind, fear of failing, and the fear of confirming the doubts in my mind. And the surprising part is that when I spoke to my classmates about it, I expected to say, just manage your time better or work harder, the typical stuff. But instead, many of them said, me too. I feel the same way. I thought I was the only one. That's when I realized that maybe the struggle is more common than I think. It's just that it's silent. On the outside, we attend classes, we laugh with our friends, we seem fine. But inside, many of us are overwhelmed and we are trying to cope quietly. Yet, despite this, we slowly try to pick ourselves up. We attend our classes, doing one task at a time, studying for a short time, small steps that feel like big victories. This is why mental health awareness conversation should frequently matter in universities. Because preparing students shouldn't only be academically, but also emotionally. Students need to hear that you are not behind because you're incapable. It takes time and you're adjusting, and that you're not alone. I genuinely wish I had been more prepared.
You wish you were more prepared. I wish I knew what second year was really like before it started. In first year, it was just classes and studying. Then second year came and clinicals started. The workload doubled, and suddenly I'm supposed to know what to do in clinicals when I'm still trying to wrap my head around the theory. When asked to describe what second year feels like, the words that came back from our class was overwhelmed, scared, confused, lost, disorganized. That's not a healthy class. That is a cry for help. And this is not to complain or anything. It is because we care and we're really trying hard. But honestly, a lot of us are struggling to manage it all. But sometimes I think we forget to breathe and take it one step at a time and try to remember why we started. That this is not a race, but a marathon. And know that we have help around us and we just need to speak up before we burn out completely. I just wish I had been more prepared. You wish you were more prepared.
You thought second year was overwhelming? At least then it was just theory. Third year doesn't ask you what you know, it asks you what you can do. And suddenly that's everything. You walk into your first clinical block thinking, I've studied, I've passed, I'll be fine. But then a patient looks at you, not like a student, not like someone learning, but like someone who's supposed to help, and your mind goes blank because no one tells you how different it feels when it's not a case study on a page, but a person in front of you. No one tells you how much you would wish for just a little more practice, a little more confidence, a little more time with real patients before being thrown into it. And then there's the notes, SOAP notes. They sound simple, right? Subjective, objective, assessment, and plan. But no one teaches you how to think like that, how to translate a whole human interaction into clinical language that makes sense. You sit there after your session, staring at the page, thinking, did I even assess properly? Did I miss something? Is this good enough? And it's not just physio anymore. Patients ask you about their medication. What is this for? Why am I taking this? Will it affect my treatment? And you stand there, smiling and nodding, hoping they don't notice that you don't actually know. Because no one prepared you for that either. And then there are the moments no one wants to talk about, the quiet and heavy ones, when a patient doesn't get better, when progress stops, when someone passes away. And suddenly, all the clinical skills in the world don't tell you what to do with that feeling. No one teaches you how to process it, how to go home after that and come back the next day like you're okay. And all of it happens while you're trying to keep up with more work than you've ever had before, tests, practicals, content back to back to back. There's no time to breathe, no time to catch up, just time to keep going. And you realize this isn't like first year, this isn't like second year, this is different, this is real. And maybe if I had known how practical it would be, how applied, how emotionally heavy, maybe I would have asked more questions, practiced more, prepared differently. Maybe I would have been ready. I wish I had been more prepared.
You wish you had been more prepared.
A little bit higher.
Nothing compares to the mental and emotional challenges you experience in your final year. I wish I knew that in fourth year you would somehow feel the competence of a physiotherapist that's almost qualified and the confusion of a first year at the exact same time. At clinical blocks, you feel like you need to be two different people. One person for your supervisor and another person for your clinician. It feels like you have to be less of a person and be more of a superhero just to survive. You feel like you need to be almost like Ben 10, so you can turn into the right person depending on who you're standing in front of. I wish I knew that at the start of every new clinical block, you feel like you've been reset. And not the good kind of reset that you get from a lovely warm bath, but more of a factory reset. You just got used to things at one block, and before you know it, you're put into a new environment with new clinicians and completely different expectations. Suddenly, you're back to square one. It's not that you don't know anything, you're just constantly adjusting, and honestly, it gets exhausting. I wish I knew how hard it would be to figure out where my stress and my anxieties are actually coming from. Is it something that I personally need to improve on? Is it unclear expectations from our clinicians? Or is it just a difficult situation that no one has any control over? This degree requires us to become more and more resilient every year, to the point where we push through things, or we push through everything, even when maybe we shouldn't. You start questioning yourself in cases where you should actually question the situation. What are the things, extrinsic or intrinsic, that you can control? And what do you simply have to endure? So you seek help, and instead of feeling validated, it comes off as dismissive. We don't want what we're going through to be easier. We just want to be able to navigate things more easily. I wish I knew that I would have 5 unique clinical blocks, but not everyone would have that privilege to experience everything that physiotherapy entails. I wish I knew that sometimes I'd feel ill-prepared, despite studying hard because of unnecessarily large gaps between theoretical knowledge and practical application. Our lecturers provided us with a great foundation to build off of, but it's those vague frameworks that instilled us with feelings of uncertainty when attempting to apply them to our patients.
That in turn made us feel like we were being perceived as incompetent by our clinicians. I wish I knew that I'd hope for all these negative feelings to go away by the time that I graduate. But that feeling of hopefulness would eventually turn into helplessness in the face of the uncertainty of what lies ahead in my community service year. I wish I had been more prepared.
Now, as we come to the end of the presentation, we've heard different experiences from all year groups. And one thing is clear. Many of us feel unsure, overwhelmed, or even unprepared at some times. But the truth is, that feeling is part of the journey. Growth isn't always comfortable, and each year brings new challenges and expectations that we need to learn to adapt to. What matters the most is that we keep showing, we keep learning, and we keep improving. We learn to support each other, we don't do it alone, and we grow together. So, even though none of us have it all figured out, together we are moving forward. We wish we could get more prepared.
I don't know about you, colleagues, those who have graduated already. I quietly reflected on my journey as a student. And that phrase, I wish I could have been more prepared, I also identified with it. So right now, thank you so much, Physio, for sharing those valuable insights. I think most students identify with your experiences. I can surely attest on the presentation that I will share that also social work students suffer from the same experiences. So now I'm going to invite Dr. Osan, who's going to be presenting. Thank you so much. From the Department of Natural Medicine. Thanks.
Good morning, colleagues. My topic, Elemental Intelligence, Your Biohack to Wellbeing, is based on the principles of natural medicine, whereby we rely on the natural elements of nature to find balance. The natural elements of earth, which provides grounding and stability, water, which provides emotional release and flow, fire, which provides activation of energies and transformation, and air, which facilitates our spirituality. Next slide, please. So we have to acknowledge that when we look at the student wellness crisis from the aspect of traditional medicine, in an age of digital technology and AI, which further challenges students and disconnects them from their natural world, we have to acknowledge that they are stressed mentally through the body, the mind, and the soul. And therefore, these unwell situations is further exacerbated by poor sleep patterns, by sedentary lifestyle, incorrect nutritional choices, emotional suppression, as well as mental overload. So in the area of natural medicine, we advise in order to, next slide please, in order to create balance, we have to reconnect with nature. So those four elements that exist within our natural world also exist within ourselves. And if you know your elements, you're able to adapt to these lifestyle factors, which has a direct impact on your well-being. So let's look at the elements from a natural medicine philosophical point of view. The earth element, it's known for its grounding. It's physically grounding. It provides structural stability and nutritional nourishment to the body. During a nature walk in the mountain, when you're involved in gardening or horticulture, you feel stable, you feel safe, you feel resilient. And this all contributes to your well-being because your very essence comes from the earth. So therefore, those individuals that connect to these to the earth element will search for these characteristics in their day-to-day routines. And if they find those characteristics, they find a deeper sense of meaning in their workplace. The element of water. It provides emotional fluidity, intuition, stress reduction through the flow of fluid. So through water, we find an emotional release. Emotional tears refers to healing tears, which might start off as tears of sorrow, grief, trauma, but through the healing process, it results in tears of joy. So those individuals that connect to the water element seeks out these characteristics in their day-to-day interactions. And when they find these characteristics present, it brings them closer to well-being. So if you are a water element individual, find your well-being through hydrotherapy, through bathing, through gazing as what we call blue space, large reservoirs of water, gazing at the ocean, at dams, at rivers. The mere sound of waterfalls can bring about a therapeutic effect. The fire element. The fire element ignites passion. It brings about metabolic vitality and transformative energy. These individuals rely on the sun to move. The sun and its heat energy promotes metabolism. It moves us, it creates inner strength, motivation, courage, and creativity. So these individuals, when they find these characteristics present in the workspace, in their workout routines, through the interactions, we find that they're closer to wellness. And for those that need to seek their fire element, it can be found through heat therapy, like saunas or sunbathing or creative expression. The air element. The air element brings about mental clarity. So, in a concrete jungle where we feel suppressed and we lack breathing space, air element allows for inspiration. It clears the intellect, it creates space, it allows us to breathe, it creates an avenue for spirituality. So, therefore, we promote breathing exercises, mindfulness, meditation, and regular exposure to fresh air. So when you connect to your element and you acknowledge that the element exists within the outside world, we teach our patients about the temperament. So these elements of nature manifest in each individual in a concept that we call temperament. Temperament goes beyond just your physical characteristics. It refers to your behavioral tendencies, your emotional, spiritual, and intellectual attributes. On the next slide, please. So let's look at the four temperaments. The four temperaments are connected to the elements. So when we look at the melancholic temperament, this is the temperament connected to the earth element. So these individuals, they are often slender built. They have a low BMI. They're the ones that they don't really gain weight very easily. When they're connected to earth, it means they have a high level of cold and dryness. These individuals are analytical, introverted, philosophical. They're the perfectionists, the risk. They often analyze risk wherever they enter. When they entered this room, they looked at all the exits. So where can I escape quickly? They love social withdrawal. But the earth element goes beyond just the basic characteristics. It goes to the physical characteristics too. So the melancholic sitting in this room, if you want to know if you're melancholic, feel your fingertips. It will be ice cold right now. So most often you could be melancholic. And by knowing your temperament, you can adjust your lifestyle factors to find that balance, and we'll speak more about that later. The fire element, these individuals are dominant, resourceful, very powerful. When they walk, they have a firm stride. For them, seeing is believing. They don't have too much time for emotions. They're the natural born leaders. When they walk in the room, everybody takes notice. But they tend to anger very easily. So when their fire is out of control, like during the heat wave week, if they're over consuming Nando's peri peri, they will anger easily. And we actually have presentations about this, and somebody actually said that actually happened to me. I had too much Nando's peri peri, and I didn't have enough water, and I actually had explosive anger, which manifested in road rage. So we told them the way you counteract your fire element is to bring about water, hydrate more. With your Nando's peri peri, have a big green salad and yogurt. The coolness will overcome the heat. The next temperament is the sanguine, which is the temperament connected to air. So, like air, they don't really like boundaries. They're outgoing, optimistic, carefree, charismatic. They're the people pleasers. They enjoy social interactions and they love being the center of attention. The phlegmatic individual is connected to water. So, like water, they cool, calm, accommodating, very easygoing. They hate conflict. Many people would say they pushovers, but they're the natural born counselors. They love professions like nursing and counseling and psychology. Sometimes they are slow to act. And that comes about when they overconsume the water element. So, for instance, as it becomes colder now, if they consume too much dairy products and they don't watch, they don't dress well, they don't use warming oils, they will develop cold, phlegm related conditions. So the word phlegm actually comes from this temperamental type. So they will be prone to sinusitis, asthma, colds, and flu. And this can be counteracted simply by looking at your lifestyle factors. So these lifestyle factors can be used in conjunction with your element. Once you know your element and your temperament, you could choose the lifestyle factors to suit you on a day-to-day basis. By understanding this philosophy, you open up a world of resources. The natural world that exists externally is also reflected internally. When you know the connection, you find this perfect balance, the interplay between the elements within your body. When you're unaware about the connection, there's a tug of war between the elements. Next slide, please. So let's just look at some lifestyle advice. For the sanguine temperament, which loves the element of air, they don't like borders, they don't like boundaries. But when it comes to work, they have to lock down. So therefore, they have to concentrate on their schedules. They have to concentrate on having routines. The sanguine temperament has to also watch out for the impulsive nature because they consume food when they are very stressed in excess. So often when they are very stressed, they will overindulge in sweets, spices, creamy and fats, and that can lead to metabolic diseases. So for the sanguine temperament, alongside all the other types of advices, we would say ensure that you have a generous amount of fruit and veg and lean protein daily. Due to time constraints, I won't be able to go through all of it. The next lifestyle advice is for the phlegmatic temperament. The phlegmatic temperament, which is governed by the element of water, they have a high level of cold and moisture. As winter approaches, if they don't watch their cold and moisture, they will develop phlegm-related conditions. In order to fend that off, they should decrease their cold and moist foods like dairy products, bland foods. They should increase heating foods like spices, chicken, chicken soup, that hearty chicken soup that grandmother makes for your flu. There's actually a wisdom behind it. It's based on temperaments where you choose a meal that's opposite to the illness that you're suffering from. So for the phlegmatic people, if they want to avoid phlegm-related conditions this winter, ensure that you have your broths, your warming soup, your herbal teas like ginger, apply aromatherapy, oils on the body like eucalyptus, rosemary, aniseed, cinnamon oil. Wearing the colors that you wear has an effect on your temperament. Blue cools you down, red heats you up, yellow heats you up, orange heats you up. So everything that you experience through your senses affects your temperament. Once you know your element, you're able to choose items. The perfume that you wear affects your temperament. If you're a heated individual and you have very strong, spicy, woody type of scents, it can bring on a migraine. Instead of taking the discipline and the Panado, if you know your temperament, you can actually fend with these types of illness conditions. The next temperament we'll look at is the bilious temperament, the heated individuals. In order to manage their heat during the heat wave season, they should consume cooling foods. And if you know that your temperament is heated, you would know that winter is your favorite season. Why is it that we sit in the same room, but we interpret and we feel the temperature different? It's all based on your temperament. And when your temperament is balanced, your immune system works optimally. So for the bilious individuals, they should practice deep breathing exercises for anger management. They should use cooling oils and a cooling diet alongside other advices. The last one we'll look at now is the melancholic temperament. The melancholic temperament, the word melancholia comes from this temperament because they long for perfection. In spirituality, they are very disappointed with this corrupt, unstructured world. So therefore, they have melancholia. They go into deep thought. They sometimes go down the rabbit hole of all the things that's going wrong. So for this type of temperament, reflection, meditation, connecting to some type of religion or spirituality is very important for allowing them to get through the day-to-day life. Being exposed to social media and all the bad news affects the melancholic temperament the worst. So therefore, they have to rely on warming items where there's warming colors, warming scent, and warming food. So in order for us to cultivate wellness in our lives and the lives of our students, we should connect to our element and our temperament. And for those that are interested in learning more, scan this QR code. It will direct you to a free temperament evaluation sheet. And through that, you will be given a lifestyle program suited for your element and your temperament. Thank you.
Can we please display this a bit further? I think everyone is interested to know their temperament. I was also thinking about the colors that we have as a faculty: blue. Maybe the faculty was a bit strategic in trying to calm us down when we are dealing with problems. So now we are going to be a bit active.
Okay. Sorry, they said the QR code is disabled. You can just visit the website. The temperament evaluation form is there. So it's tib.co.za, tibb.co.za. Thanks.
Thank you, Doc. But now we are going to be a bit active. Luzanne, with Luzanne. Luzanne is going to be giving, we are going to be talking now. We are going to be focusing on the World Cafe. Luzanne is going to just give us instructions on how to go about doing the next activity. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Ooh. Okay. So I'm going to apologize in advance because, as you can see, I'm not the most active person in the world, but I'm going to expect you all to be active this morning. But we have 3 questions up against the boards, and we have 3 facilitators. Can I ask them to stand up, please? So we have Shante, Candice, and Maylene. They will be our 3 facilitators at the different boards, and then they also have scribes that will be joining them. Can I ask the scribes to stand up, please? And I'm not sure how they partnered, but they are partnered. And then what I'm going to ask is that this group in front, can you move over to the first board? But wait till the instruction is done, please. Sorry. Can this group move to this board here? The table at the back to the posters behind you, and this table moves to, I don't know how you're going to do. I think you have to move the tables a bit, but I'll assist with that. We'll stand on this side, and I think, Shante, are you moving over that way? Yes. So you will answer the question on the board. I'm going to ask that you please contribute towards the discussion. We are going to ask our facilitators to ensure that each person add something to the board, and the scribes will be writing, and then we'll have presentations, and we'll come back and you'll move to the next poster. Okay, so we can get up now. The instruction is done. Thank you.
I don't live in we need to be closer to you. So it takes a lot of pages to know what you're going to have a word, have a place when you on to make it wrong. Yeah. And talk about our experience and because we come back from then we just theory, there's like nothing happened as we don't know how like maybe if we have questions or if we speak how we can answer and give guidance and the deep things of the yeah, yes, I tell me what things with some and was actually what us and there's just clear some with master one space so long. You just need more drawings, more very voice for the test. And earlier on in the program, I wanted to just make a comment of it. Yeah. That's why I see it in your experience. So, yeah, what I was thinking of, I mean, when the president was presenting, actually, I put back into our time, and in our time as students, because we completed our bachelor of science, 15 in 2002. What? Yeah, and you do the math, but you know. The thing, what I remember is at Tiger Hospital, we were on a cardio block, and we built a rapport with our patients because a lot of the work we do is in counseling, is dietitian. And so you build a rapport with the patient and the family. And this patient was assigned to me at my case study, and so you know, I got intently involved. And we went in for a bypass, and the next day he died on the table. And you know, I told no system supervisor, so what do we do now? Oh, these things have to just present the patient, you know. And it's that kind of thing that I found unhelpful. Because another thing that I mean, you spoke first about the transition, and we don't talk about the transition from high school to university, but what you experience is each level is a transition. You know, it's a shift in terms of theory to clinical and the clinical practitioner. And who am I supposed to be now? Am I supposed to be here as a clinical to my patient? Am I a student being assessed? And so there's a lot of that. And if no one's giving you the space to talk about that, that's the feeling you're giving, right? So what you're saying, clinical feeling they can get information and let's go. Lack of information. If like because thinking about you know what to do with what those kind of things. Yeah, that's it. So you get yeah. You know. So I wouldn't say there's relevant we keep for example, let's say example, let's say she was a right as a person who's very capable experience a team is and then you come back as much as I've told you about like some stuff, there's some stuff that I will understand that the game gives like the same interest in and actually but then if you look at it for example, it's needs to be slow.
before I experienced it, so they wasn't really interested. Yes, it was the course. Actually, the fear that same is the real or so feeling is the associated with and I think that just I can be called something that my question I can do that I continue the power imbalance is low. And you're not going to be honest with the relation. You're not going to be honest with the yeah. So you can get that. So, it was something that I had when you see the like this like this the whole one thing that the internet basically told don't feel anything when these things happen and not told this what is attractive image? But for me, like I'm not a person on the other speak out of my obviously can you be but other plans no experience maybe that's such an experience and learning experience and also in my opinion everything was now and how much but everyone deals every time I'm gonna make the food in that on that you on that and stuff in this you should training like the English you know everything on the ice there's this would be it might be a season 3 year old fictional version some kind of culture consists of opportunities pretty and they can help us associate the second on and maybe these terms of opportunities and so that's really the image on that and it's like when I was my company is even one of the parents is the uncle should label kind of businesses in the say particularly like saying one thing really expensive like what is it that students perform in towards an emotion like but when you're working with a patient as much as meant to be safe in situation at the same time shouldn't be all of the emotions should be fully invested in the patient because for example now let's say I'm investigating shades when the patient is then I'm going to also be connected because I will be able to move on. So I like to add on a thing with you every like should be different invested from students must be prepared initially in how to tackle the emotions when you're exposed to a certain situation whereby you're able to move on. Maybe say you can comment yourself. That you feel like we should be something assistance with therapies, it's just the professional way you show up, whatever, what is the value that you actually say, and then what is your own perspective, maybe like, I'm using that gap between the first and the emotion, and the information that the plan of the at the end of the day. Because in some experiences, that's dealing with this issue, it's happening. And I tend to use fishing and bridging, showcasing the emotions that are felt from the application of the application is that's great.
So that's a balance between what it means to be empathetic and sympathetic. It's empathetic, it's sitting with the patient or the family and not empathy. And just avoidance of empathy because we don't, unfortunately, it sounds like that's what is going on.
Everyone, I've just been informed that we've got 2 minutes remaining to conclude our discussions.
We need to be able because there's a little bit of something and it is moving I'll take the baby because I don't have any participants actually maybe it's trying to so like if I see a missing speed especially in the missing because it was a very disadvantage and I do not finish possibly able to see it. Maybe help me as much as we able to maybe be better bring to let new students get going for especially with the business and professionally be able to I need to
And they share, even if it's a social, it's not social. I think that is happens. It's a rubber brand country, and that requires really good interaction. It's a bit.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I'm going to ask that you return to your seats, please. I didn't want to interrupt because I heard them talking about interprofessional education, and I was, please continue with that. But I am going to ask that you wrap up and grab your seats, and then we'll continue after a few presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Can we please settle down? So long can we get nursing department because some of the students need to go to their practice. So we've asked Shante to swap with the nursing department. So nursing students, you can come and present, and they are going to be presenting about where are they? Self-care nursing. Self-care nursing. Yeah, self-care nursing. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anati Sam. I'm currently a final year nursing student. These are my future colleagues, third year nursing students. This is Lilita and this is Hannah. and we are going to be talking about self-care in nursing. And nursing in general is a very demanding course. Due to the burden of disease in South Africa, when we step into the clinical practice, we become part of the workforce and we are expected not to learn, or we have people that are there to teach us, but rather us being there as part of the workforce and learning what we do in the work. And we spend most of our time in these uniforms, and we hate the uniform. Every chance we get, we don't want to be in this uniform. And our lives basically revolve around this uniform and our work. And having to balance your practical or clinical life and your theory is a very challenging thing to do. I was speaking to ECP students yesterday, and I was telling them, when you come into nursing, just know that you don't have a personal life. Your life revolves around nursing, and having to say that to someone and having experienced that is not a good thing to say to someone who's starting in their profession, but it's a given reality and what we experience. And you'll find that as nursing students, we prioritize our academics and our patients more than ourselves. What we experience in the clinical field, we bring it back home with us. And however, we neglect ourselves. And if we neglect ourselves, that leads to burnout and reduced performance. And I've experienced that firsthand. And it's a very difficult thing to do. So this also leads to compromised care. If you are burnt out and not having to rest, it leads to compromised care where we make small mistakes in the facilities. And today we'll be focusing on self-care in nursing. And we're exploring in 4 domains. I think they're the physical representation of the domains that we'll be talking about. And these domains are very simple, but yet they are are powerful. Oh, technology. Next. Oh. Okay. All right, so these are the 4 domains that we'll be talking about, which my colleagues will be speaking about, which is mindfulness and relaxation, healthy sleep, nutritious eating, support, and connection. So I'll hand over to my colleagues.
Okay, so we've heard some very, very nice presentations, and mindfulness and relaxation as a nursing student, I'm not going to lie, it's very tough. You lie in your bed and you think, is that patient going to take that medication? Did I do the test right? Did I give them the right advice? So it is difficult to turn off. Everyone has their own way of coping. We have put a few on the board: yoga, walking, and all of those other things. But it's important to do what's best for you. I know I like to exercise and take out all my frustration, but not everyone is the same. So, time management as a nursing student is essential. We don't have a lot of time. I don't know if anyone's familiar, but we work 7 to 7 shifts, 4 shifts a week. And if we're on a clinical block, we work 7 to 4, where we are working the entire 7 to 4. So that is tough for us, and then to come home and get ready for our next theory block. So time management for us is very critical, especially working in the facility. You see the clinic lines, you know that you have to finish a certain number of patients by a certain time. So that makes it very important for us. And my favorite one is being present in the moment. We have to take the little moments that we have with family and friends and prioritize ourselves and turn off, stop thinking about the patients and worrying about them, which we do way too often. Go to the next one. Healthy sleep, again, it ties into what I was just speaking about. We need to give them the best version of ourselves. I like to tell the patients when they come into our consultations, this is your time with me, you the star of the show, and I give them my full attention. We can only achieve that through good sleep. So we do try for 7 to 8 hours of good sleep, which is not very realistic, but it's a clinical ideal. And before bedtime, which is something I can attest to, put down your device, turn off your mind in darkness, stop TikTok, and just sleep. Okay.
So I will move on to nutritious eating. So we often tell patients to eat healthy, eat your fruits, drink water, but we do none of that. Um, as Hannah mentioned, we work a long hours, 12-hour shifts, and sometimes it's back to back. You have to get up on a certain day, go to work, and then come back, and you're working up the following day. So often, we drink energy drinks which has high caffeine. So we do tell our patients to avoid excess caffeine, but we are the ones that actually drink a lot of caffeine to try and stay energized for the following day during our shifts. And we also don't drink much water, but it is a good thing to stay hydrated and limit junk food. Although we do eat a lot of junk food, because when you come back from a 12-hour shift, you don't have the energy to stand up on top of a stove and cook. Yes, and I think we can move on to social support and connection. Yes. So we are often, as Sam mentioned, we are often like focused on our books and academics, and we don't really have a social life. But it is very important to have someone to lean on. It is very important to build relationships with our peers and classmates and share our challenges that we face in the facilities and also in our academic journey, and also seek help when needed.
So with the advices that we've given and the domains that we've explored, how do we then integrate self-care in our daily lives? Now, self-care doesn't need you to start big and have drastic changes in your life, but rather you need small, consistent actions that are there, which are the four ones that we've presented. And adding to that, it's taking short breaks, it's eating better or checking in with a friend, which can improve your social well-being. So when we take care of ourselves, we become better caregivers and better healthcare professionals. Self-care not only improves our personal lives, but it also improves the quality of care we provide to our patients.
So I'm not going to go too much into the resources because we do have the CSSS here. In case anyone doesn't know, they do virtual meetings for us that are so busy, and I'm sure for the other students that are here, you don't physically have to go there. You can just join a little online meeting or chat with them via email. So the contact details are up on there if there's anybody that wants to reach out to them.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about the Wiser app. So I don't know if some of the students here have tried to book a consultation with CSSS, but it is quite a process. You send an email, you have to receive a call, it's a long process. So in the meantime, there is an app that is available, and it is by the university, and it is free for the students to use. So it is an AI coach that helps you take charge of your mental health and build resilience. It is non judgmental, private, and available for free. So you can talk to it 24 hours. You don't have to wait for your consultation, it's always available.
All right. So as I've already said, self-care is when we take care of ourselves, we become better healthcare professionals. So in conclusion to our presentation, self-care is essential and very important for us to thrive as nurses. I think the overall theme of the colloquium says from surviving to thriving. Self-care, for us to thrive, we need to better care for ourselves. By focusing on the four domains that we've already presented, we can become more resilient and be better healthcare professionals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, nursing department. Now we are going to invite another department which will be participating on the student competition, psychology. And they are going to be, I'm very interested on this theme. They're going to be presenting on the photo story of shared growth in community psychology. Thank you so much.
Right after. Oh, okay. That's nice. Good morning, everyone. How are you all? I hope you guys are still good. We're just waiting for the video to come up and then.
Yeah, so that we don't see ourselves on the.
Yeah. But we'll talk first and then the video will play after. Okay. My name is Charlize Mhlongo, and next to me is Inga van Veek. We are part of the Masters in Psychology Research cohort for 2026. I'm just going to ask my fellow classmates and Dr. Tracy to also stand up and wave, because, yes, please. They pulled this together. So that's the Masters in Psychology cohort. And our talk, or what we creatively created, as Inga would say, organic study, is focused on two walks, one path, a photo story of shared growth in community psychology. Thank you very much for the invite. I really appreciate being here, more particularly because my paper is focusing on the psychological well-being of postgrad students facing financial hardships. So thank you very much for the invite. For this particular presentation, we often understand postgrad student well-being is often understood as individual coping rather than collective support and mentorship. This photo story documents a shared learning experience within community psychology from the module Psych 708, which was done by the honor students, and Psych 839 by the master's students, where masters and honor students worked together in small groups. The students collaborated towards developing and facilitating psychoeducational workshops in communities in Vasantekraal and Mitchell's Plain that we visited about 2 weeks ago. This project reflects a shift from surviving towards thriving, shaped through connections and shared learning experience. Using participatory visual methods, students co-created a photo story based on their engagement in the module in the first term. The process included reflective journaling, ethical consent protocols, and community-engaged psychoeducation workshops. Images and narrative texts were curated, collaboratively integrating quotations from the master's cohorts during a reflective exercise.
Okay, I'm going to try and speak a bit further away because I've heard I have a very loud voice. So projection. As Charlie said, we call this photo story an organic study. And the reason for this is it was not necessarily planned beforehand, but the photo story and the findings of it actually emerged quite naturally from our experience about mentorship, how we as master students mentored the honor students during community psychology. And we sort of looked at the role of mentorship and the impact it can have on student well-being. So a key insight that emerged from our discussions was that mentorship should not be seen as, and this is a tricky word for an Afrikaans speaking person, a hierarchical learning experience or a hierarchical teaching, but rather it should be seen as shared responsibility and relational trust. Now, as a group, we also had some discussion with regards to the theme surviving and thriving, and 5 key themes emerged from this discussion. Number 1, the pressure differential that we experience from honor studies to master's studies. Also, family versus work responsibility when you're a postgrad student. Number 3, the need for flexible assessment practices. 4, the importance of modeling agency in small group communities. And lastly, students also reported that navigating their own diverse experiences with regards to crime and violence in the country helped them to create authentic community engagement. So, our organic story or our organic photo story or organic study, the implications here are as follows. Student well being is strengthened when mentorship is not teaching to, but rather reframed as learning alongside. And this offers a replicable, ethical model for creative arts based pedagogy in community psychology. So, without further ado, Two Walks, One Path, a photo story of shared growth in community psychology.
Without falling apart.
Thriving. I didn't know what that looked like until I stopped trying to be the expert and started being a learner again.
Relationship building is important based on personal interest and identifying the strengths in a group because we realize that everyone shows up in different ways.
Mentoring was easier for some and not for others. Mentoring extended beyond community psychology. I question, am I going to fail the honor students as a mentor? But if you have experience in mentoring, it was certainly more easier.
We could remember that we can always rely on one another. One way. Mentoring wasn't about having all the answers. It was about asking the right questions together. In guiding them to prepare, we were forced to re examine our own understanding. In group mentoring, I approach mentoring by viewing our group as a community. Within this microscopic community, each of us had different views of crime and violence, having come from different contexts and experiences. How we imagined ourselves within the small community, within the mentoring relationship, was therefore instrumental in tackling the topic. We're giving each one the space to raise their voice, and the way this was modeled within our small community then carried over into our community engagement activities and into the broader communities we were assigned to work with.
We came to facilitate, but left being taught about resilience, strength, and community in ways no textbook could capture.
I learned that my role is to hold space, not to fill it.
Two walks, one path. We asked for consent, we listened, and we're still walking together, collaboratively and mindfully of our voices, our actions, and towards shared growth.
Thank you so much.
Quack psychology. Yep.
And the psych department. Now I'm going to invite Dr. Jaffa and Ms. Pauls, who are going to be presenting, who are coming from the Department of Occupational Therapy. And they're going to be presenting about stories that stays with us. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Just a minor correction. It's Miss and not Doctor. It's incorrect on the, but good morning. Today we are looking, not yet. Okay, when stories stay with you, the impact of client experiences on student learning. So today we're looking, there we go. Okay, I can, okay. We're looking at secondary trauma in clinical fieldwork with the focus on student experiences, some key terminology, and the context in which all of this occurs. To begin, it's important to understand what secondary trauma is and where it comes from. Secondary trauma refers to emotional distress experienced when an individual is exposed to another person's traumatic experiences. In clinical training, this is highly relevant. As students are often in close contact with clients who have experienced significant traumas in their lives and hardships. There are also two closely related concepts to consider. The first is vicarious trauma, which refers to a more long-term and accumulative impact. Over time, it's still, I don't hear myself echo, sorry. Over time, repeated exposure to trauma can begin to influence how a person views themselves, others, and the world around them. The second is compassion fatigue, which is a form of emotional and physical exhaustion that can reduce a person's ability to emphasize and engage effectively with others. This tends to develop gradually with ongoing exposure to these experiences. When we look specifically to, yeah, when we look specifically at clinical fieldwork, students are exposed to trauma in multiple ways. They often counter complex trauma where clients present with multiple and long-standing difficulties. In addition, students are regularly exposed to daily trauma narratives, meaning that they hear stories of distress and hardships constantly. Furthermore, systematic healthcare challenges such as limited resources, high patient loads, and broader social inequalities can intensify these experiences and contribute to emotional strain. I'm just going to go off my speech a little bit because I was listening to the physio students and what they were saying, that in your first year and your second year, you're so focused on the theory. And then when you come into fieldwork, you now have these live patients that you're responsible for. And hearing those stories is what we are wanting to unpack. So now, if we unpack the student experiences, we need to consider that there are developmental considerations. So most of the students entering fieldwork, and would be in their third year, are between the ages of, I don't like the echo. Okay. It's very soft. Okay. Um, so the students are between the ages of 20 and 22, which is a very important part of their lives, okay, developmentally. At this point, they're still forming the sense of their own identity and emotional resilience. Students come from a wide range of backgrounds, which means that their personal experiences and coping mechanisms can differ greatly. This contextual diversity influences how they interpret and respond to the trauma experience. In addition, students are in the process of um, developing their own professional identity. They're still learning how to navigate emotional boundaries, manage difficult client interactions, and develop their own coping strategies. Unlike more experienced clinicians, they may not have yet well established frameworks to protect their emotional well being. So, in summary, secondary trauma is an important and complex aspect in clinical training. Understanding what and all this terminology is very, very important to understand and appreciate what the students are going through so that we can make appropriate changes and provide assistance for them. My colleague is going to unpack a little bit more of what the OT department has done to deal with this with the students.
Oops. There we go. So to start with, we worked with our students to kind of understand why the students really struggle with this, especially when entering into fieldwork. And with the students, we came up with these 4 themes. Firstly, being this idealistic and fix-it mentality. So this idea that when students enter fieldwork, they're young, they're idealistic, they're hopeful, which we want, but that also means that every patient that they come across, they want to fix, and they want to fix them in the 7 weeks of block. And they have to come to understand that that's not always possible. We can't always fix someone. And this comes to the idea of confronting reality. So, struggling with the idea that we can't actually fix all of our clients. And there's this big gap between the desire to help them and systematic limitations in healthcare and in social justice. Next was the theme around the harm from helping. That sometimes with clients with complex traumas, often putting in interventions in a limited space and in limited context can actually do more harm than good. And we have to actually stop and question the bigger picture. Next was leaving clients in their trauma. It was very difficult for our students to know that they're walking away from block. They're often going home to whether it's a res room or to their families, to the support, to this place of understanding, and their clients are being left in the trauma. When they leave block after 7 weeks, they're often leaving their clients in these places of trauma. And when I talk about this, this could be things like domestic abuse. This could be things like children who aren't receiving food and shelter. This could be a drug addict who you know is going to continue using until they OD. These are really hard things for our students to cope with, like Verona said, at such a young age. And the students felt like they were abandoning their clients. So sorry, it's very sensitive. So in terms of our preparation for our block, so what we've done is over a period of time, and I have to say this wasn't like 5 minutes. This has been years of development. We have a overarching framework that we work with our students to prepare them both before block and to carry on with preparation and solutions while they're in block over their 3rd and their 4th year. So before the students go into block, we have a careful consideration of their placement. So for every single student, we look at who the student is and where they're going and how that is going to interlink. So we consider specifically our more high-risk placements in terms of where they'll see even more trauma, but also understanding that every single clinical site has a risk for trauma. So we're looking at that student and making sure to our best ability, and we don't always get it right, will that student cope at that site? And secondly, the 3rd years have what we call an out. So they're allowed to tell us, hey, ma'am, this specific type of trauma, I'm not okay with at this point. Please don't put me in that kind of site. And that might be, my brother is dealing with substance abuse at the moment. Can I not go to a substance abuse site? Absolutely. You don't have to go. You do have to go in 4th year. So you do have to work on it, but you don't have to go now. We're giving you space to grow. We also do have pre-block briefings. So this is with both us and with CSSS to help the students unpack what this trauma is going to look like before they even enter. We have supervisor training. This means working with our supervisors every single term on how do you identify when a student is in a trauma response pattern? How can we start seeing the symptoms before we get to a point of crisis? Where can we give intervention? Where do they give intervention? When does it need to come back to us? And then identifying students who have specific vulnerabilities. So this comes from sometimes just discussions in class, one-on-one consultations, but finding out which students might have a specific background history that's going to make them more vulnerable to these kind of situations, and ensuring that we're putting things in place with them before the time. So sometimes that's with the department, sometimes that's self-development for them, and sometimes that's CSSS. There we go. So during block, we have a couple of strategies as well. One big one is reflective journaling. Our students reflect every single week through what we call a journal. This allows them to unpack these situations for themselves in a safe space and then receive feedback from us afterwards. This feedback is to allow them to grow. And then again, further intervention if required. We also have campus tutorials on Fridays focused specifically on a space for debriefing and professional development. During block, we also have clinical debriefing. This would happen with the clinicians or the supervisors that have the same type of aim. So you can see there's more than one place so that the students can find a safe place that works for them. We also work with the students constantly on boundary setting. How do you switch off when you go home? How do you not take these stories home with you? And then referrals to things like CSSS when it's needed. But this also sometimes means, for example, last term, we had an incident in some of our community blocks where there'd been a lot of trauma. So we got Carrie to come in and do in a small group session with those students specifically. So we adapt as we need. So just to kind of speak about this as well, it's really important is that we can put all these beautiful measures in place in the department, but the student is part of that journey. So if we're not looking at that, we're going to lose part of it. So we have to, the student needs to take accountability as well. So they need to work on developing their own insights. And sometimes this is like multiple conversations. So they can see for themselves when they're experiencing trauma. We also have to understand as staff that the student has the right to refuse intervention. If they don't want to address it right now, we can't force them. And then the students need to identify their own resources in their communities, in their families, with their peers. Where can they get support outside of the department? And we will just leave you with those two quotes, seeing as we are out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. What I like about their presentation is that they give students different options. With other departments, we don't have the luxury of that. But thank you so much for that presentation. The next person that I'm going to call forward now is going to be talking about iPoems, something new. It might be new to me. I'm not sure if it is new to everyone. iPoems, Dr. Shante, can you please come forward?
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'll just wait for my slides to come up. Trust me, iPoems was new to me too, about a year ago. All right. So you can just go on to the next slide, please. So good morning, everyone. I think it's still morning. So this PowerPoint was part of a broader study looking at students' physical activity behaviors. And we researched some students and we wanted to understand what is it about physical activity that some students are not participating in and why it is such a still global concern. And so when I've analyzed the data from the transcripts, there are usual ways of analyzing data, but sometimes we measure physical activity with time, duration, and intensity, but there are the hidden notions that we don't always seem to get or seem to understand. And while quantitative methods are great, while traditional qualitative methods are great, I could see in the transcripts that there was a story that needed to be told. And so I found a different way of analyzing those qualitative transcripts, and this generated the iPoems. And so without further ado, I'm going to read one. And this actually came from a sports science student. I think physical activity is intense exercises. I mean, there's different types of students. I mean, I do Pilates. I haven't been happy with my body. I get to a point when I'm at rock bottom.
I feel unhappy. I have to be at that stage where I'm really unhappy for the discipline or the motivation to kick in. I think it would be easier for me to just fall into a physical lifestyle with other people. But how can I imitate that? I have depression. I'm high functioning depression. I think having an outlet to do certain stuff, I think it's very important. I think if you were able to join a sports club, that's where your friends are. I think being motivated is important. I know not everyone comes from privilege. I think that's important, to be in a space where that's encouraged. I come from a white school. I feel that it is instilled in me. I think people would like to participate, to be the stereotypical sports person. I don't know. I think my family, which is colored, there's a lot of pressure for a girl to be thin. I think that personally motivates me to be physically active. I would go to someone who does sports. I see the toxic encouragement. I mean, it could help for certain people. I think small exercises and small things can change throughout your life. I'm ADHD. I like something I can see. I set the goal beforehand. I want to see rewards. I'm almost there to 5,000 steps in the day. So, what this tells us is the unspoken notions. And it is the hidden message in those transcripts. Because as I looked at those transcripts, there was a lot of I statements, and it was across all of the transcripts. And so to do that, I had to reanalyze this data. And what I found that there's a whole turmoil behind physical activity behavior. It's not simply going outside and running or kicking a ball or just doing yoga in an intense manner, but there's a whole conundrum, there's a whole conversation that happens before you actually go and do the specific movement. And what I found is that through these poems, there are consistent elements: mental health, motivation, and social support. So physical activity is not in a vacuum. It is not a isolated health behavior. There are psychosocial factors that prohibit or promote your physical activity decisions. But like I said, it's a whole journey before we get to the 5,000 steps at the end of the day. Even social media, the digital influence that I found, plays a key role because students are wanting to imitate that. They want to be the typical, or they don't want to be the stereotypical sports person. So there are a lot of psychosocial factors that go through a student's mind before they actually decide to be physically active. And so, what does this mean when we look at students at the university environment? So, based on these iPhones, there are 3 elements that are focused on: designing for the mind and not just the body. So, physical activity can be a coping mechanism for many of the other psychosocial factors that I mentioned: mental health, motivation, and social support. But this is not just within the athletics department or sports administration or the sports recreation and exercise science department. These should be coupled with support services, therapeutic services. But then again, physical activity is not everybody's cup of tea, because I know not everybody's just wanting to go out there and be active. So that in itself is a journey as well. And then secondly, foster micro communities. Large sporting clubs is intimidating. You first need to get to know yourself and understand what is your physical activity behavior, and do I even have one? Do I want to start a journey? And then work through the psychosocial factors that lead to that movement. But building low impact, low intense physical activity programs and spaces for that will give students an opportunity to build trust, to build that mental health and social support and that sense of belonging that we were ultimately speaking about as well. And then lastly, broadening the definition. Many students think, as what the student thinks, I think physical activity is intense exercises. And I think that is one of the notions that needs to be redefined, because physical activity can be leisure physical activity, something that you simply enjoy doing, but it gets you moving for just 15 minutes a day. And I think that is one notion that we have to look at to redefine.
in a non-traditional, accessible way that students feel that they are doing something that is good for their health, but overall well-being, holistic well-being, because while we have the physical, we need the mental, the social, and the motivation, intrinsic and extrinsic motivation as well, to create the holistic picture of well-being. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. So I want to leave with this final comment, and it says, when we stop measuring the distance students run and start listening to the reasons why they move, we find that the true goal isn't athletic performance. It's a fundamental human search for wellness, connection, and identity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shante, for just summarizing that. I'm not sure if everyone also identifies or will agree with me when I say that we need such information to be summed up together, because social media can be very confusing. One person says this about fitness and wellness, another person says this. So it can be very confusing. Thank you so much for summarizing that and simplifying it in such a way that will assist to those who want to start. So right now we are going to have a second round of the World Cafe conversations. There is three conversations in total. Then we are going to, after that, we're going to have the departmental and student-led presentations. So we'll just spend about 20 minutes with that. Thanks.
Okay, so when we get to the next round of the questions, our facilitators are going to summarize what's already on the board, and you will just add any additional feedback that you have on those questions. So this table will move to the question at the back. This table will move to this table will move to this question, and that table at the back will move there. Thank you.
That's why she stays alone. Yeah, no, I'm trying to make you think. And you look in those three hours, yeah, I'll just go there. No, it's I'm there. I'm there where the companies. When I go, then he's going to. Either I want those, yeah, I mean, it's some combination of our way, sorry. Yeah, but it's not the way it's. So, as like. So interesting to put that section on partnership about students in process procurement is being on the clinical management. And the first, what they were saying was, they would like preparation the kids for clinical job, especially for the dramatic things that you don't talk about, so like having to walk away or having an improvisation. We don't have a framework of the emotions that they feel in that sense. They want preparation for that. They would like debriefing after a session. So like instead of finish the block and instead of moving to the next block, they have time they actually want to think about that and not put feelings, not just with staff session. And there was one of you should failing, and some people think, some students were like, okay, the patient passed away, and then like things happen just be on course with the equation. And there comes again the variant, like a condition as one expectation is simplified with another expectation. So the way I just spoke about the clinician creating the next time and deal with conflict. Each individual then the students actually do something about the training and culture to the because when they go to different crop, they regular culture and they don't really doing some kind of thing that was what it is before then something they want to listen in and the interprofessional collaboration. Of course, we had quite a week represent that they realize we had a time to actually speaking to each other, realize appreciating some of the same problems and not just saying I think is one module, something that can be done more regularly. So that leaves me to you now. It's like you want to add to that's community public, like I'll get students be supported, and then for they might see on the 24. Yes. So, immersion in a position and it's going to be transferred in the so I think this is well, sorry, that was really important. So that's how we often teach students that don't know that section have an order. You know, some probably childhood and they have very different way down. It's only when they're then in a stressful time and stressful class, then the trigger happens and then it's in class. So even just that conversation of things might come up as it is going to be critical. And if maybe a simulation where you know like the school translation that you had problems and chemistry and the simulation of the thing with the students just to let the child treat it like right. You had that traumatized me. Not just with license. But yeah, no, but I believe we had an incident. The nursing student. Video, sorry, I'll play it. Nursing student, I'd read across where a child had passed away and she's witnessed the second party actually introducing CPR. Then witnessed a nurse doing CPR for now. And I should just kind of stood there and stared. But like even talking about what ICU is like, what will this look like, what's going to happen when someone dies, and that process as a like I said, like as a role playing for you, essentially, is very helpful. I don't know much about mechanical blocks and what happens as they train because we do research, so I'm familiar. But just a question that comes up, like how much do they observe they basically go into these spaces? Like how much do they like doctors would perform procedures and then the students will stand up and watch? Like is there a does that happen? For each important, but I think that brings us back to that was preparation for like incorporating a lot not students highlighting that they understand the exposure time being in the book. So each department has really weird, but I would think that that kind of simulated environment in some things. Then that's just then let's see that other trauma beforehand before they are the weakness stepping into the space. That's just from my personal experience. I was a clinical practice for a very long time. And when I had students with recognition, that was my number one rule, which was different to other nations. And I see now as well. I had a week long observation, which some people say is too long, but it is. For me, I found it was observing the behavior rather than observing. How do you act? How do you interact? How do you and what I found now is that any references and they were focused in also including those observation times. So now it becomes a kind of a strain, but it does that induction be like that is fun. Here, now you said that something modeling with visual is so modeling from visual and maybe that students are often give you observe that because you're so heavy and you're just expecting to know how to apply maybe
Aber dem sind auch not really that's not answer because I don't think such like somebody can harm. It's just yeah, what's the experience against more she's like like the whole mentioned such trauma that respiration but they both mentioned the breath that patient was from the high skin illness or fire or having a situation where we can get a clear picture of the right there. But when we go into a practical practical environment, we had to deal with such background qualification. But only like within the theoretical space, we just look at the things and we try to give a more real life situation. What do you feel realistically that was it looks like all different things when you get into practical experience. Some information was actually information and it has to be that part was really very clear to shit when you're going to get into space. You have a clear mind to think that that's what it is. Maybe also in teaching all kinds of stories. So I teach with the past. I'm confident when you're developing. Like integrate with real patient talking about their background. The students see a real human being versus just a like kind of stroke. You took sacrifices in one shot. You can teach us what you they focus on more psychology, which is great. Like it's nice to but they don't really it's things that teach us about the type of control and psychology much more active. So I think if you could dive deep into what we're facing on day to day and you ask to the people of family, you can see it deal with one's various also. So one side positive psychologists for COVID, we focus on those I mean when it was that kind of psychology at once with how behavior and what behavior is that kind but this is okay. I was good. Sounds like we would consider it that the information in the especially in the arts, it's a really constant. So, honestly, they got straight up position. So, maybe no, and you get what's upside down. Think what is what you think was such a good and then he's making some negotiates and go, he's not very good at of that, and you could take a step back because that's what here. One could think of it and advise and sadly and then not was the meaning. So you're trying about profiling, you know, the community, you have forced it, you know, yeah. She had it. So I just wanted to add much about psychology theory based. So you come in the critical situation, as much as you have this very limited idea about what psychology is and how to they don't teach you how to actually split it to it, like how to actually what could happen and apply it to actual classification is application in terms of like the set your body in actual teaching. So that is the very then how can they put it together? Yeah, I can't believe bridge the gap between they're not really provide psychological information and how to actually deal and sleep in that way. And I studied the psychology vehicle and went to reference that you know to life theory duration. I'm not sure if common points can talk about like it's how you look at setting reflection training on how because sometimes you get into a space and you see such kind of things that you like don't have the right emotion to relate on it. But like maybe certain points on the you can just take a step out and then that's when you can grow when you can kind of anything but like it mentioned and then I mentioned in one of the previous issues as well for the night right social actions I'm not and what I was just saying please do one adding. But I've seen that the agents all tutorials commercial one space. But what we have tried to do this is the last one is nature that's the case right and what we now do is we incorporate use right. So I'm not sure if we should get some when they can be is from the time I selected to the arts in curing and just that is based on the last of someone who needs
Sorry, everyone. I got the side eye from Sibulelo, and you would have 2 minutes left.
So we need to select it and give it like so you then in the tutoring session, if you want to encourage children once they pay it's like tutor. So now the thing said I'm saying like I said it's how to not reach certain situations if someone is doing that trauma from any child to but that's someone mentioned before like it's something you touch base when you first second year. I'm in the very level since you have to if it causes and that's just a foundation. That's not to say it's something that is make sure that but it's just a foundation. So we need to way that students kind of operating the actual spelling board. The practice of positive that's the student free college to educate the student foundation. I just have a question. Do you dive deeper into the psychology? Yes. So right now we're teaching so then the graduate, you go there almost. So you guys deep concentration, yeah, probably feeling that depending on what you're doing, all different elements of research. I think to maybe fix that problem with an understanding of role ambiguity. So we are not wanting physios to now be psychologists like that ain't gonna work. But physio students need to know how to like you're saying, be professional just in that moment. Like I go something right. What do I do? That's not understanding psych theory and psych practice as well. That's a computational practice. Yeah. Right? So this training actually needs to support an IPEQ's modules. Because an IPEQ, that's what you train on. How do I be a health professional? And knowing what to do with my clients help me daily rate at times. And my patients go, oh, this extends even to the teaching profession. That's what my research was on. Like dealing with trauma as a teacher in the most teachers are going to practice that they're not experts in real life context of the country, even up in their training. And when they step into that space, it's those little things like professionally you don't know how to handle it. When a child tells you the trauma, you don't know how to what do I do? Because it's so focused on theory and pedagogy that I think university should be more do more practical application, more practical exposure to bring that sense of and experience.
Sorry, everyone. Sibulelo says we gave them 3. So now we have to stop. Thank you very much.
No, you gotta take from me.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. I'm inviting myself to present the poster. So I've just been informed that our lunch is being prepared outside. So if you can just hang on a bit. I know that we are probably hungry by now. So my name is Sibulelo Kaulayo. I am from the social work department. So the theme of my presentation is caring for the carer from the perspective of fieldwork experiences. So I'm just going to provide you with a brief background of the social work curriculum. So our social work curriculum is structured into two components. The first component is theory, and the second component is practice. So with the theory, students are taught theoretical approaches in preparation for the field. So this is where theories such as strength-based approach, narrative theories, crisis intervention, as it is being introduced to students. Then with practice, student makes use of the experiential learning through the engagements that they have with clients in assisting them to resolve their interpersonal problems. Theory, by no doubt, affords students an opportunity to assume the role of caregivers, maybe as caregivers. So caring aspect then comes from or being nurtured into practice. So, however, through the engagement that students have with their clients, they've shared that some of these stories that are shared by clients, whether clients who are victims of gender-based violence, foster care, abuse, any form of victimization, those stories can be triggering because students themselves come from those communities. So they identify triggers as one of the negative experiences that compromise their mental health as students, or maybe that affects their mental health as students. Then aspects or functions of supervision. We've got three aspects of supervision. The first one is educational. The second one is supportive and administration. Just briefly, educational focuses on educating students on how to go about engaging with their clients. Supportive mainly focuses on supporting students with their psychological traumas, as I have mentioned, because social work can be a triggering profession because you're not just listening to people's stories, you're also internalizing what people are facing, their real life experiences. Then when it comes to administration, supervisors usually focuses on ensuring that students adhere to policies and legislations of the organization. So, however, supervisors have mentioned that because of the difficult cases that students experience in practice, time to focus on educational as well as administrative supervision is very limited because much of the focus is placed on supportive supervision based on the trauma that students report to their supervisors in supervision. So, then students with this, what I just explained now, they assume the role of caregiving and then they become carers. So, however, Boslek and others identify the role that students assume in practice as carers. So, hence, therefore, the topic caring for the carers, that students themselves are carers in the field. They are doing their practical work. So they view that caregiving for carers is an ethical responsibility that should strengthen student well-being and competences. I'm glad that other departments have mentioned that as students, I think we've heard from nursing that sometimes students can doubt themselves based on the fact that they would feel underprepared to deal with the cases that are going to be brought forward by the clients. So we as professionals who are serving in human service professions, we do not have a liberty to predict the stories that we are going to receive because every client comes with their unique stories. So, as supervisors, we gathered on a reflective exercise with an aim of exploring effective strategies to support social work students' well-being in their roles as carers in fieldwork modules. So these are some of the concerns which were noted by supervisors. There's only four of the major concerns which were noted. The first one is unresolved traumas. This is where they stated that sometimes students always mention that the cases that they are confronted with in the field to remind them of their own stories. So this speaks to the point that I made earlier on that sometimes students have unresolved traumas that is always triggered by the cases that they receive in the field. And the second one is doubt in oneself's ability. This speaks to the fact that sometimes students can be unsure about how they can go about assisting a person who has a very difficult case that they are presenting. And the third one is compromise application of all supervision functions based on the fact that much focus is placed on supportive supervision. Then supervisors feel as if they are neglecting other functions of supervision, such as educational and administrative supervision. The other one is a suggestion in terms of what needs to be done in order to effectively support students. So supervisors are suggested the following, that there should be a need for a focus and prolonged debriefing for individual and group sessions. So they stated that a clear student clearly students need a well-structured support supervision. Supervision can sometimes be time bound because students have a very limited time. A campus supervisor or academic supervisor have a very limited time that they spend with students, and sometimes it can be limiting their abilities to engage with all these concerns that are raised forward by students. So in our conclusion, we are suggesting that the need, we have identified the following three major needs: that students should explore themselves before they embark on placement through what we call a pedagogy of discomfort. So briefly, a pedagogy of discomfort is a pedagogy that allows professionals and students to engage or to confront difficult conversations that will potentially lead or yield to growth and development. So it is proposed by Bola and supported by Boslek. So the other one, other suggestion is that institutions should develop a vetting process to assess student suitability in the courses that they want to enroll for. I'm glad that this discussion was proposed by supervisors, because in the social work department, we recently embarked on a course review, on a curriculum review, where our council, our professional body, also recommended that we should have a vetting process for students to assess if they are so really suitable for professions such as social work. And the other one is unlimited psychological support should be introduced. Even though at UWUC we've got that digital, is it iWise? What is that? Wiser, yeah, Wiser. As much as it offers students an unlimited support, sometimes students stated that it becomes difficult in terms of trusting an automated system. So they cited that they would like to have an unlimited psychological support. Thank you so much. Oh, okay. I forgot that I'm also I'm neglecting my main responsibility here. So now we are going to invite the nursing, or we've already had that, Anati. Thank you so much. I think if I can just, because from the findings that I just shared earlier on with my presentation, I think my presentation was very similar to theirs in terms of student experiences. So now we are going to invite the social work team. They are going to also be following their poster. It's not there? I can't hear you, Mariette. Yeah, they've already presented. Nursing has already presented. So now we are moving over to the social work department, my department, and also they are going to be focusing on caring for the carer, but with a specific focus on a student well-being.
Hi, we are the tutors and the GLAs for the Social Work Program Department of Social Service Professionals, and I'm Chandri, the GLA.
Hi, I'm Tina Majula, and I'm an undergrad teacher.
Hi, I'm Fiona, and I'm an undergrad student as well. Hi. Hi, we are the tutors and the GLAs for the Social Work Program Department of Social Service Professionals, and I'm Chandri, the GLA.
Hi, I'm Tina Majula, and I'm an undergrad teacher.
Hi, I'm Filter and I'm an undergraduate level. Hi, my name is Nasmin and I am an undergraduate tutor.
Hi, I'm Amanda Mango and I'm a postgrad tutor.
Hi, I'm Kelsey and I'm a postgrad GLA.
And
this is our YouTube poster.
Mental well-being plays a vital role in how university students think, learn, and perform academically. It directly affects core cognitive functions like focus, decision-making, and memory. Ultimately, the mental tools and techniques needed to succeed in academia. Good mental well-being aids students in being attentive during lectures, studying, and exams. When students are focused, absorbing information becomes more effortless. University requires constant decision making, such as choosing courses, managing time, and solving academic problems. Therefore, good mental well being focuses on clear thinking and logical reasoning.
Social relationships and campus engagement play a critical role in student mental well being. When students actively participate in campus life, build friendships with classmates and other individuals, and feel a sense of belonging, they are more likely to experience emotional support, which in turn can reduce stress. These connections create safe spaces where students feel seen, valued, and understood. When students feel isolated, their mental well being is impacted. Therefore, fostering an environment that is inclusive and encouraging is essential to promoting not only academic success, but student overall well being.
Resilience and stress management are important for students' mental health, particularly in demanding academic settings. Stress is a body's reaction to pressure or demands. Students frequently deal with stress for their coursework, tests, deadline, interpersonal interaction, financial concerns, and future uncertainties. These stress levels can result in depression, anxiety, and burnouts. Students may utilize time management and organize techniques such as using planners or digital tools to stay organized as a stress management technique. Additionally, students can divide these assignments into smaller or more doable chunks. Students may also give up a healthy lifestyle, which includes getting enough sleep and exercising or running. Students who manage their stress have less immediate pressure and their resilience develop long-term coping skills, which leads to reduced emotional overload and improved academic success. Avoiding stress is only one aspect of students' mental health. Another is developing good coping techniques. Students who learn resilience and stress management skills not only make it through school, but they also acquire lifelong abilities to deal with pressure, uncertainties, and change.
I'm Amanda Mango, and I'll be covering thriving in a high pressure environment, where I'll be sharing some insights on my transitioning to university and some strategies that worked for me. I started my undergrad studies after taking a gap year, where I had been working before returning to school full time. This transition happened during the aftermath of COVID 19, which already had a significant emotional and psychological impact on me. Coming from Samora Machel, I was already navigating socio-economic challenges such as limited resources, informal housing condition, and high levels of crime. These realities, combined with the uncertainty trauma brought by COVID 19, placed a strain on my mental health even before I began university. When I started university in 2021, everything was online. I had to navigate the system on my own. From attending classes, submitting work, and understanding platforms that I was not fully familiar with. Even though there was some assistance provided, it often felt minimal and not enough for me to fully adjust. This made the transition overwhelming and at times isolating. However, in 2022, as we gradually move into hybrid learning, I started finding my foot. I began building positive relationships and forming healthy friendships, which gave me a sense of belonging and emotional support. I also learned how to prioritize and plan, which helped me manage my academic workload more effectively. Balancing my personal life and my academics became essential. I had to make intentional decisions about what was most important to me, and this strengthened my ability to prioritize in a way that aligned with my goals and well being. At the same time, I developed a stronger sense of self identity and self determination. I began to understand who I am, what I'm capable of, and what I want for my future. This helped me stay grounded despite the pressure. The support from my family also played a crucial role in easing the mental and emotional strain during this transition. I also use the services available in campus that my fellow student will focus on. I thank you.
At UWC, peer support and community building initiatives promoted through programs such as peer mentoring, where senior students support first year students in adjusting academically and socially to the university life. And what is a better support group than our friends and peers, individuals that we are able to relate to and with? There is group counseling offered by the CSSS Center for Student Support Services, which encourages shared experiences and mutual support. In addition, initiatives like the Student Leadership Academy and Ubuntu Peace Program foster leadership, collaboration, and a sense of community among students. The Community Engagement Unit further strengthens connections by involving students in outreach and volunteering projects in surrounding areas such as Billa and Belleville. Together, these programs create supportive peer networks as they enhance a sense of belonging, and it also shows students that they are actually people who care about their well being and that they strive for academic success.
The University of the Western Cape offers various institutional support systems and policies to promote student mental health and well-being. The Center for Student Support Services, or CSSS, provides counseling and therapeutic services both virtually and in person to address psychosocial and economic concerns. UWC also has an integrated student mental health and wellness policy accompanied by an implementation framework to address mental health holistically.
That was us, everyone. Good afternoon. I guess I am just going to skip the formal introduction because you all met us already. I'm just gonna go ahead and say I am Amanda. This is Chandra, and this is Kesley. As you notice, there's more than the three of us, but other fellow students could not be here due to academic commitments. Kelsey and Chandra will come back for two poems that our third year students were supposed to present for us. With that being said, I'm just going to say on the behalf of the Department of Social Service Professions and the students who were unable to join us, we would like to extend our sincere gratitude to our head of department, Prof. Van der Westhuizen and Dr. Human Hendricks for affording us this opportunity to be part of this colloquium. Thank you.
We just have one activity because we agreed. Lausanne, please correct me if I'm wrong. if I didn't get our agreement right. So with the third conversation, are we going to do it after lunch or are we going to do it before we go to lunch? Just 10 minutes. Yeah. So we're not going to spend as much time as we spent with the two conversations. We're just going to summarize everything that we already spoke about. So now I'm going to call Ms. Candice Nicholas, who's going to also be presenting about self and self-awareness. Thank you.
Okay. So I just want to say thank you for giving me this slot before lunch where everyone is tired and drained. And so thank you for that. I just want to make everyone aware of what we are actually doing. So all of us as lecturers and students, something that we've all been doing since we've been here is being aware. We've been aware of ourselves, we've asked questions of ourselves, and that is self awareness. And it's a skill that we've built over time. And my focus for my department was to focus on our first years and how do you develop that self awareness, which is a skill that actually serves you as you go along, like all of you have said. And so I loved what he said when you spoke earlier. I'm not, I'm intelligent. I'm not stupid. I can learn. There's a problem with how much overwhelm I'm feeling. And that is exactly what we experience with our first years as well. They are not they don't not that they don't care, they feel overwhelmed, they don't know how to study, they don't know how to cope. So you come in first year without skills to know how to navigate university life. So there's an overwhelming transition from school where everything was structured, you had lots of guidance, even the way you wrote exams and tests was structured, and now you're thrown in to university and you expected to just know how to apply things. You're in multiple modules and everyone tells you there's CSSS, there's student support. If you have a problem, go and make an appointment. But at the same time, and the physio student said it so beautifully, but I'm drowning in information and I'm not speaking about it. And so in health professions especially, we see this because now they're learning not just to figure themselves out as they go along, they need to figure out how to care for others. And obviously that itself sets up stress and overwhelm. So this is nothing new. We've been discussing this all morning, and I'm also having this issue. So what I did was I wanted to embed a module in my curriculum, not as an added extra. So, not something students now had to go do in above, like you've got a problem, okay, please do this course or go to this department. I wanted to see what I could achieve in my module if I built this into my curriculum. And so, as a baseline, I asked my first just to do an informal Google form to tell me about what are they feeling, and actually everyone responded. Can we just someone help me skip this to the next slide? Was I point somewhere? Yeah. No. There. No. No. Okay, so what I found was when I analyzed what their feedback was, 78% of them said they've got high overwhelm. They are really struggling with coping with the volume of the work. 51 said they had moderate confidence. Obviously, that depends on the situation. And then only 34% had consistent study strategies. 29% have active coping tools. When I'm talking about coping tools, I mean when they felt out of control, when they felt stressed out, anxious. Some even said they've experienced panic attacks, etc. Not many of them knew how to cope with that. I'll go back. Right. So their words were from the open-ended questions I asked. Some of their words were, "I feel overwhelmed. I don't know where to start. I don't know how to study properly. I just reread my notes and hope for the best. I struggle to focus." And then I asked them before we started in this module. I asked them to draw for me what their mental state was, and this is some of the this is some of the drawings that they gave me. And a lot of it has got to do with navigating academics, social environments. A lot was saying I'm the first person in my family in university. I don't want to disappoint my parents. I don't know how to study theory. I can't keep pace with everything. Some are coming from other provinces. I don't have a support system. I have no family here. I have no friends here. And all of these were actually quite overwhelming while trying to balance the academic load. And so I did this differently. I recognized that this wasn't a problem with the content. It was they had no tools to cope. They didn't know how to learn or apply learning strategies. And they didn't want to do something extra. And I know you feel the same. As lecturers and students that are in clinical practice, if you tell me and I'm busy that I need to go attend something extra, I'm just going to be like, no, I'm not attending something extra. I've got work to do. And the same with them. So I embedded it into the current curriculum and was very practical. So our skills component lends that to me. I had 3 hours with them. And so we would do some teaching, but then the rest of the 2 hours was focused on them building and understanding themselves. So to create that self-awareness. So what it included was learning science. So we spoke about how do you learn. And yeah, Mariette will, input came in very handy. We spoke about attention, encoding, retrieval, how to actually learn. How does your brain actually develop? How do you remember things? And it doesn't come from just rereading your notes. We did some self-awareness things. So like your triggers. I mean, the first session was asking them, where do you feel, what do you feel in your body? So it's like, is your shoulders clenched? Is your jaw clenched? Is your heart racing? So we also asked them to recognize, using the robot method, when are you calm? When I'm in amber? When I'm in red being my alert? And so to identify when you're moving over so that you can do something to bring you back to regulation, right? So we did some emotional regulation tools. And then a lot of people spoke about that beforehand was the grounding. So if I'm out of control, if I'm struggling, what do I do to bring myself back so that I can actually learn? And as an outcome for this module or this course we did was they had to develop their own personal blueprint. So they had to start with, these are my triggers. This is what sets me off. These are the ways I figured out how I'm studying and learning best, and these are the way I ground myself. And so after 3 weeks of doing this, they had to produce their own blueprint to see. And I was pleasantly surprised, especially by the qualitative feedback that came back as to how they experienced this. So did everything change? No, stress is stress. We're not going to get rid of stress. But I found that a lot of them were able to build, they can build capacity and can build tolerance for what they're experiencing. Confidence is slightly improved, and then new study strategies were emerging. So here's the language that I like that shifted a lot. So before it was, I don't know where to start. I feel overwhelmed all the time. I don't think I'm good enough. And then afterwards it was, I use retrieval practice now when I cope. I realize stress is a signal. It's not a stop sign. I understand how I learn best. And so I think the important thing for me, because I'm just starting to figure out how to actually utilize this better, is it's moving them from a sense of helplessness to creating awareness. And when you are aware, you can move out of that helpless state and you can start to act. So for me, it's about capacity and building capacity in our students in their first years. So now they're like, I create questions when I study. I know how I learn. I've shifted my mindset. So these are the pillars of what I've done. It's self-directed learning and those learning tools, emotional regulation. So what do I do when I'm out of control, when I'm feeling overwhelmed? And then that self-awareness, understanding my triggers. And one of my fourth years are here. So I do often when we in clinical practice, I'll also be like, notice what's happening so that you can pull me aside if you need to regulate or de-stress, etc. Okay, so I think my question would be how can our teaching change, especially for me in the first and second year, if students had more of awareness of how they learn, they have a better awareness of what their triggers are, and they had an awareness of how to regulate themselves, because now we're building their capacity for learning and to manage the stress. And so our students don't need more information, they need the capacity to engage with it. And I'm hoping that this is what this module will do, so that students can have a better relationship with themselves. Thank you.
Okay, so you know the novelty wore off now when I'm just signaled to come to the front like that without the next we're going to have. So we are going to have our last round. So you'll go to the question you haven't been to yet because now my brain can't do it anymore. I think that table's going there. And the tables are going to go to the question that they weren't at yet. And our facilitators will again summarize the answers already on the poster. You only have 10 minutes to add any last thoughts that you may have to contribute to the final answer for that one question. Thank you.
Okay, so in practice, the space will be encourage students, even though the so we make a space for students who come and say something, but we make space for everyone of them. So about we have made a process of sleep and then we have to do this. So yeah, really it's regarding how the process of my hands. We have a party, moments with the thoughts of so everyone thinking about this environment and listening to music and things reactive, you know, and the elderly have to be in visualization. It's a place versus living in we let you I don't it was last year, I finished in July. It's looking to be as a month. It was that was something really was. I wasn't no one could I mean, you take feedback from what you call it. Maybe that's the book and the journal. And it's the big stress situation. Yeah, Thank you so much. But the conversation again,
research projects. You just, even if it's the research, you're always going to put something in play. Students going to that's true. Maybe the necessary sort of thing, but there's nothing in place. And then it's forcing that they're doing any research, they even students are so eyes there the answer. Something that I'm going to find the ethics and research stuff. Even I did concept the students here and you can speak to the students. When you get all that stuff. When you take away your suffering, it's clear as to bring it enhance that your answer goes to it's not even different than sorry, I don't know but everybody's looking for one to pick but you can hear to use it and also work on the block. Let's say like the I'm pretty sure. From my side, I used to go to some kind of brain and I'm going to go back for like what is my call? I think maybe yeah. So that's usually like rush and what they said that the conversation and I'm not sure that people one process in that online offline but then these people I silent here to send it all back to the screen which is allow silence to internalize what's happening
to just info not with habits, to just want to reach and increase the action that's happening. But also not ignorance. That's why I was saying, sure, I needed to. So I would like normalize holding straight, but then you write in a station. And sometimes I think it's because you should be doing an actual thing that in your station. Yeah, so I become, yeah, I guess it's context. Just listening to direction, listen to it. But the version of it right now, I think that it's great. And so really the transfer to even for your not. It's the anything should even have things functional means. But when you use it, and then you can think that you can supervise the techniques, the creations, and so you launch our oncology lab. The situation being with exam of OSCE, the situation happens where patient is not happening and it's out in now I'm it's basically consideration that's a big truth, the real life scenario, and understanding that the supervisors also have that understanding that it's okay, you don't need to continue on the examination, just take a stand, yeah, because that creates, I mean, scared. You don't really feel it's not only about assessment, you also learn to be human and have that compassion and compassion. It's not always about check that. Just being.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete
It's not really big. And they don't think that hard.
Hi everyone, 2 minutes left.
You can't forbade. Immediately. You can pay. Skills when you face still have this I think it's very parents something that's most transient. So now I'm eating. And so I'm eating size. It's not a barrier, but it just holds the shops. What am I doing? Must see the size. You may woken up and I'm just sleepy. I think I get woken up you like it right here. Like space markers. The one says I study in this one. It's just like we all fail with with one that be a to the final survivor and the they face that. But this they should also understand that they should not be role like when they train someone in a critical situation so they can eat the diversion thing someone out in the jail. That would be ideal. Just so like the constellation they wish to eat my mom.
Ladies and gents, lunch has been served outside. So if you are done, you can grab something.
Something no, we need to make the exact same routine and slowly picking it up as well. So it's but I wish I had my
Promised yourself that you'd finally list that purse today. But you just wish there was a magic button that would turn it into cash. Can you imagine how much money you have in the things you don't use anymore? Can you imagine giving them a second life? Well, you don't have to imagine. Turn your closet into cash with Yaga. Download the free Yaga app today to start selling with ease and zero selling fees.
Mo put Parmalat on his toasted sandwiches. Everyone wanted one. Mo cheese, please. Parmalat, better every day.
Parmalat.
Thank you, everyone. Can we please settle down? Can we please settle down, everyone? Just an appreciation. Gave us that menu. They did a very good job. So now we are going to tap into the creative side where we are going to be, we all know that academics are not as creative as students. I think it's only Chantal who is creative. But we are going to be inviting student creatives. So there's going to be performances and expressions. I'm sure with expressions we are referring to the poems. So I'm quite interested on the next segment of the program. So all the students are going to follow each other. I know that there are some students who are not here. So I'm not sure if they've maybe asked people to read their pieces. So the first person that we have is Batle from the social work department, and they're going to follow each other. If we can please respect that order. Sibahle Kanyile, then there's going to be Miss Maria, then there's also going to be Tokelo, Giacomo, then Sohofatso, Lisejo as Kala, and Denny. So if they are here, please, can I see if these students are here that I just called? Okay, just four or five, yeah. So if you can please come forward.
Oh my goodness. Hi everyone, can you hear me? Like perfectly fine. Okay. So I'm Kelsey. I'm the GLA for the Social Service Professions Department, and I'll be reading on behalf of a third year student who's unfortunately not able to be here today. Excuse me. So he wrote a poem, and it's about the silent struggles of mental health. We all pursue good grades, a life that looks perfect on paper, as in reality we face mental challenges. Under every skin, there is a silent cry waiting for someone to listen. Beyond what you see with your eyes, there is a silent war. In a room filled with many people, yet there is loneliness. Seated among my peers within these lecture halls, expectations demand too much, driving me further away, leaving no room for healing. The voices I hear don't want don't want me to escape. Like a lost puppy searching for its owner, I long for a place to be free, to feel recognized and protected. Every voice deserves to be heard. Speaking is a start, that opening door to healing. And it was written by Sibatle in third year. Yeah. One years. Can we do it?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chandra van Rensburg, and I will be reading the poem on behalf of Lesotho Kakatli from the natural medicine field. The title of the poem is named The Cost of the Dream. It says that I have not been okay lately. Have I reached the lowest of lows or simply the highest of a new kind of grief? Dampened since Sunday, a 24 in bio statistics, the final mark. I've not been the same. I feel like a failure, choosing to be here. I left everything to start from scratch. My peers are way ahead with homes of their own, cars, marriages, and a sense of stability in their lives, while I'm still here lingering, constantly chasing the dream. I'm out of touch. This is how I feel. How bad must it be to just pass down and move on? I'm disappointed in the mark, yes, but more in the person that I've become in the midst of it all.
I recall every triumph it took to get here, but now it feels like a lightning strike just as the sky was clearing. Do I really have to endure this for a paper? To tolerate the demeaning tongues of those who question my intelligence? What is left when you are constantly trampled in a place where you are meant to grow? I'm starting to dislike the sunlight here. I'm saddened by the dream I choose, the decision I choose. Death accumulates, peace evaporates, and I wonder, is education the real key to my success or the lock on the little piece I still have? But I'm still here, beneath the debt and the 24, beneath the toxicity and the sleepless nights. Here is a person who was brave enough to start over. To not be okay is not to be finished or to give up. Perhaps I'm fighting to not lose the one thing the degree cannot give me, myself. And this was written by Lesego Kgatla. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My poem is not on the screen because this is a very personal poem that I wrote last year in November 2025. So bear with me. Oh, I'll name it now. So, to put it in context, I'm starting now. It's Where Silence Bleeds. November 2025. To the woman lying awake at 3 a.m., eyes fixed on a screen that keeps breaking your heart, hearing that GBV is now called a national disaster, as if naming it makes it any less personal, any less close. I see you. I see the way your chest tightens with every headline, the way fear settles in your bones, quiet but constant, the way sleep abandons you. Because how do you rest in a world that makes you feel unsafe to simply exist in? I stand with you, not from a distance, not as a voice of pity, but as someone who carries the weight too. I am a woman. I know what it is to walk with caution. You calculate every step, every glance, every moment. I know what it is to hold stories that were never meant for you to carry alone. It's a continuation of something I put in perspective. I wrote it in this scene. I said, they strip me with their eyes, long stares, cat calls like knives. They step in, I shut them down, and they spit curses like I owe them something. I smile to survive, shape my words soft, because today could be my last day. But they don't leave. Rejection isn't their exit for men like these. My palms sweat, my heart is racing. I know these voices, the same men wearing different faces, the same hunger, the same threat, the same story. And still, every day, we grieve the weight of their violence, the system that lets them walk free, walk tall, walk over us. I'm tired of bleeding silence, tired of shrinking my body to fit inside danger. I'm tired of being the warning instead of the one being warned. I'm tired of asking why. I'm tired of being the victim, tired of dying pieces while they take what they want and call it normal. How long until there's no one left to fight back? How long until our fear becomes their reckoning? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I really did think there were more people that were going to go and come up and do some poems, but unfortunately not. Oh, maybe we're taking a break. It's fine. Apologies about that. My name is Olufez Unatogansana but for the purposes of today, my name is Lou because that other one is very long. I am here today representing the Drama Club, which falls under the Health Promotion and Wellness Unit, formerly the HIV and AIDS Unit. But today I am here as a writer for the Drama Club, and we will be talking about what it is that we do. I think the first thing that I want to say is that drama is, in many ways, a tool for education, a tool for awareness, a tool for creativeness and expression in one way or another. And one of the things that we've been doing since last year, when we started the drama club under the the HIV and AIDS units, is that we went on to make stage a play for what was happening in Palestine. Of course, we didn't get too political, but we tried to create awareness on some of the health issues that are healthcare issues occurring on that side of the world and some of the human rights atrocities which are occurring. Going into this year, one of the things that we will be doing is creating spaces for mental health and some of the topics which are, how do I put this, are central to our identities as students, as people currently today, and which would be valid going forward. So I won't be long. Going forward, we will send out communication and posters, and we will send out a call for some of you to join us in all that we do. I will hand over to my colleague who will tell you about the activity that we will be doing today. Thank you.
Good day. Thank you for the opportunity. So, as my oh my goodness, I don't know. As Lupedro has said that we're from drama from the unit, so we have a play that we're gonna be engaging on. So it's not a play; it's a poem challenge. It's a 3-minute poem challenge. So we're gonna ask you, our students, anyone who wants to participate, to you have been given some papers, right? So on those papers, there are poem titles of which you can use that to create your own poem. But as for me, I have already prepared a poem for me, and it goes like this. I have chosen number 10, line number 10, where the title says, I celebrate who I am. It goes like this: care to explain how life throws stones at the innocent ones. Through the lifeless challenges, I have been harmed. I have found myself having sleepless nights, drowning in the rivers of tears, not once, not twice, but several times. One morning, I woke up with resilience stood beside me. I realized that life has nothing to offer me than being happy. I started to say to myself, you deserve more. You deserve happiness. You need to be liberated. That's when I stood up. I started to embrace the challenges faced by me daily. On a daily basis, I told myself that I deserve better. I need to stood out and embrace the challenges, because they say that whatever that does not break you only make you stronger. So by that, it is a poem. Oh, I'm done, by the way. Thank you. um, all right. You can read. Thank you.
We've been asked to read the poems, the poem titles, that is, because not all of you have them with you. I'm going to start. There's about 13 of them, and after I'm done reading, I shall give you 3 minutes to conceptualize your poems. The first one: I met myself in the quiet moments I used to avoid. This is the title or the whatever you use for the beginning. Number 2. Before I could change my life, I had to learn how to see myself clearly. Number 3. In a world that speaks loudly, I am learning to listen inward. 4. I am unlearning the stories that were never mine to carry. Oh, okay. 5. The way I speak to myself shapes the life I live. 6. Between who I was and who I am becoming, there is patience. There we go. 7. The last page was missing, but I rewrote it anyway. 8. I am a gift to the world. My own song is strong. I celebrate who I am. Let us go forth, you and I. Two paths I face. And lastly, I could not stop to breathe. Shall I time everyone? Or have you chosen? You have not chosen yet. Okay. I'm going to start anyways. Let's just give. And at the end of this, any one of you who feels confident enough to share, you are more than welcome to come through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Just a note. It doesn't have to rhyme. It doesn't. You don't have to be Shakespeare. You know. You can just sort of do your thing. Just speak what comes to your mind, what comes from your heart, and just work with that. Thank you. Okay. Just one more note before I sit down. If you don't have a pen, you can just write on your phones. But I just have a request. Please don't go to our friend chat or Gemini or whatever one you use. Just try something and see what you can make. Thank you.
Yeah.
Because one of our students is going to, she's got to leave now, she's going to read her talk, going to leave and then take it down.
Thanks, Dharma. Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Maria. Yes, I would like to reiterate the Higher Health and Wellness Unit on us calling all our peer educators to join our drama club, which we've done that. And we are for pushing for from striving to thriving. So we are saying hello to change makers. We are telling you that the drama club is a space for whether it's peer educators, whether it's volunteers from the HIV and AIDS unit, to use your power of storytelling and performance to spark awareness about mental and sexual health. Through plays, we start real conversations. We break the silence and remind every student that they are not alone. This is to the student who is alone in their room. We want them to know that there is help. We want them to know that they should come out. They should reach out, that they matter. Together, let's turn struggle into strength. And from striving, let's thrive. That was from the Health and Wellness Drama Club. So I would like to read a poem that brings up memories. I remember reciting this in high school, and it just stuck with me. It's by Savannah Brown, What Guys Look For in Girls. When I first learned that no one could ever love me more than me, a world of happiness previously unseen was discovered. Because somewhere along the line of aging, scrutiny, and time, I was taught to despise myself. But I kept myself beautiful, so someone would love me someday. So I could belong to someone someday. Because that's the most important thing a little girl could ever want, right? I was 13. First time I was embarrassed about my body. Of course, it would not be the last. I remember in the morning, tears streaming down my eyes, hoping, praying to something that I could look beautiful enough today, braces and all, for the ruthless boys who told me I was worthless. I would go home and put on a sweatshirt with my eyes closed, denying myself the right to be shown myself, because I didn't dare insinuate beauty in regards to something so insulting as my body. But we all end up with our heads between our knees, because the only place we feel safe is inside skin we've been taught to hate by a society that shuns our awful confidence and feeds us our own flaws. And sometimes when I need to meet the me that loves me, I can't find her. A reminder that the mirror is meant to be a curse, so I confined her in my mind. Be when he or she shouts, "Let me out," we are all allowed to listen. But it's met with a chorus of conceited, egotistical, narcissist. But since when was self-solicitude a sin? Since when was loving who we are made an offense by morons who do not matter? Change this physicality and that one. Don't you dare shatter the notion that could ever be anything beyond paper, fine skin, flashy teeth, and fingernails. Echoing accusations of not good enough, never good enough. Have you ever felt so numb that it hurts? You can't surrender to them. You gotta remember you're the only thing you'll ever truly have. And no, I don't mean your body, because that will go bad someday, no matter what you do. I mean you. I mean the way your bright eyes go wild when you smile, and your laughter so melodic, it's a song. I mean the way your creativity is a campus that leads you to what you love. And you don't need to Sorry, you don't need an and miracle cream, a miracle cream to keep you passion smooth, hair free, and you don't need any diet pills to slim you down your kindness. And when you start to drown in these petty expectations, you better examine the miracle of your existence. Your worth is beautiful, thoughts you think, and the daring dreams you dream. But sometimes we forget that because we live in a world where the media pulls us out from the womb that nurses us and teaches us our first words: skinny, pretty, boys, manly muscle, pretty. But I don't care whether it's your gender, your looks, your weight, your skin, or where your love lies. None of that matters because standards don't define you. You don't live to meet credentials established by the madmen. You are a treasure whether you want to believe it or not. And maybe that's what everyone should start looking for. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. It's really beautiful. I just want to thank you all for taking time to do this activity. Whew. Now I'm going to ask, is there anyone that wants to come up? Okay, that is more than I expected, by the way. So, um, okay, I think since those two hands went up there first, I'll ask you. Okay. Okay, should I just assign order then? How many do you think I should take? Ooh, no,
Just ask them to come up and line up.
okay, I think you're gonna come up and line up here, and then we'll present from here. Thank you, and just give them a round of applause, please. All of you can come. You can come. You can come. Now, I'm not going to dictate who comes up first or who does what first, so I'm going to ask you. By all means, take your time.
Okay, I said I will break the ice because I think there's some really good poetry here, and mine's just a silly one. All right, so I chose number 7. The last page was missing. I rewrote it anyway. I was born into this world curious and crying. The last page was missing. My parents wrote it anyway. I went to primary school laughing and playing. The last page was missing. My teachers wrote it anyway. I went to high school scared and lost. The last page was missing. My peers and pressure wrote it anyway. University came. Who am I? What will I do? The last page was missing. Anxiety wrote it anyway. Now I'm older. I look back on this biography. The voices and choices I never took. I decided the final page was never final anyway. So I rewrote it, my autobiography.
Now I'm very nervous actually following that, but I'm here now, I might as well. I chose the topic between who I was and who I'm becoming. There is patience. Sorry. Between who I was and who I'm becoming, there is patience. Patience that I don't seem to have. Patience that requires a certain strength that I don't seem to possess. Now, if you knew who I was before all of this, all the smiles, the laughs, and jokes, you would hope I would have the patience. Patience to allow myself to change, to grow, and to become. Patience to become a better me. It takes time to change, time to heal, and time to overcome. It requires a different kind of patience that I fear I do not have. Or so I thought. Now I see a change. I see the little and the big changes in me, the changes that don't happen overnight, but rather over a period of discomfort, uncertainty, and constant restarting. I guess I do have the patience to change, to heal, and to overcome.
Yeah. When she started, she said that it's going to be a silly thing. I was like, oh, okay, that gives me a chance. She came, oh, Lord. Okay, I chose number 9, and my own song is strong. Okay. Loudness, cars, birds, voices. Loudness, thoughts, anxiety, self doubt. I stop, I look, I listen, embracing, accepting, feel. That's all I can do. A song, silence, not outside, but inside. Rivers of pumping blood in thy veins, drums of a shallow heart beating. My mind, silent. Lungs, in and out. Close my eyes, shut the world. I find my song, myself, calm vibrancy in the mind. Open my eyes, loudness again. But this time, I'm grounded with my own song, so strong, playing in the trenches of a mind still filled with doubt. My song.
Hi. Okay. Okay, can you guys hear me? Okay, this is me being brave. Okay, I chose the last page was missing, but I wrote it anyway. Hi, my name is Tsogofatso. Please accept my CV. These are my skills. I am highly motivated. I work well with others. I'm part of ELP, HIV and AIDS. I'm someone. So please accept my CV. In the last few months, I have carried the weight so heavy, the screams and the shouts of reflections telling me I won't make it. Doubt clouded my mind, it became part of my identity. Rejection, rejection. Hi, my name is Tsogofatso. Please accept my CV. These are my skills. As I tried, my confidence died. But listen, doubt, you tore me down. You kind of page that was made to give me a happy ending, but this is me picking up a new page, not afraid to start from scratch. This is me picking up a pen, and this is me standing in front of a stage with a pen and a new book. I'm putting you down, and I'm reclaiming my identity as the author. Hi, my name is Tsogofatso. Please accept my CV.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ndimpulu Majestic, and the topic that I chose is I could not stop to breathe. I did not see a purpose anymore. Nothing made sense. There was no air around me. I was suffocating. I had every reason to stop breathing. But I took a step back and I looked around me, and kindness was still around. The sun still rose in the morning. I could still enjoy golden hour. I could still make myself a warm cup of tea after a long day. I could still hear the laughter of my loved ones. There was still light in my eyes. I still had a purpose. I was loved. And that's when it hit me. I could not stop to breathe. Not now.
Hi guys, in case I didn't introduce myself, my name is Kainisilim Jali. In my poems, I like to call myself Miss Aura. Aura means light in Hebrew. So my poem was the first one. I met myself in the quiet moments I used to avoid. In the mess, the tears, the heaviness, I saw little me smiling, glad of who I was becoming. But yet she asked me, what happened to you? Where was the joy? Who took that from you? Why was your light shunned down upon? Why did you shape and craft yourself and fit into the crowds instead of standing out? She looked at me once again and she asked, who are you? I couldn't answer back. I told her the only thing I can do right now is sit and embrace this moment with you and let you know I will go back to who I was and who the little version of you was supposed to be and rewrite the story that was once taken from me. And I hugged her, I embraced her, and I told her, in the years that are coming, you're going to have to be strong. But one thing I will make sure, and I'll make this promise with you, I will never let you go, and you will always be part of me. Your light will never get shone down upon. That is my promise to you.
Afternoon, everyone. I'll keep it very brief. So I chose number 11. Let us go forth, you and I. What happened in the past does not define who you are. Letting go frees you. Holding back only holds you back. So let go of the past. Make us it. Let me hold your hand, and let us go forth, you and I.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. My name is Mumtaz Karim. The one I chose, I can't remember the exact number, but it's the I'm unlearning stories that were never mine to carry. I do have to start off by saying that I tend to cry very easily. My class knows this. So if you do hear little snippets in between, little sniffles in between, please excuse me. I am the daughter of all those that lived before me. And not just in bone and in birthmark, but in the bruises we never spoke of, the ones that cause me pain today. I am their daughter in habit and in hush, in the way I packed leftovers into empty tiffins and empty spaces while labeling it for later. I learned early that a woman's love must not boil, only simmer, that my tongue needs to dissolve my words and opinions as smoothly and as quickly as the sugar in my tea. That heartbreak can be stitched with good manners, and that love should be offered without expecting anything and in porcelain cups so that no one notices the cracks in my hands. I learned to ask if he ate, slept, wore a jacket, but never learned to ask if he loved me. Never learned to ask if he loved me like a home or a hotel room. And somewhere between setting the table and turning off the last light, I began to disappear. The very essence of my being that believed I was allowed to be loved loud and clear. I said I would never be like those before me, that I would ask for more, that I would leave if not loved correctly. I thought I would spend my 20s unlearning their love. But there was at the start of them, just serving it on warmer plates, holding on to people that would never serve me the same way. And there were nights when I caught myself folding the towels the same way they did. And all I can wonder is if blood is truly thicker than rage. Because this is the point of turning. This is where I promise to unlearn the stories that have embedded themselves into the essence of my being. This is when I choose to unlearn the reality of all those women who have lived before me. This is where I decide to take matters into my own hands and turn the stories that have been weaned into my soul. This is me unlearning the stories that were never mine to carry. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and not the fun part to be at the tail end. I'm not too sure which one I've chosen, but it's about in a world that speaks loudly, and I'm learning to listen inwardly. In a world that speaks loudly, I am learning to listen inwardly, but even inside this house, it is loud. So many voices carrying generational history. I ask, who are you? Your mother, your daughter, your ancestral lineage. Your mother, your daughter, your ancestral lineage. I ask, who are you? So many voices carrying generational history. But even inside this house, it is loud. I'm learning to listen inwardly in a world that speaks loudly. Thank you.
Every time when someone said, I just scribble something. I don't trust those individuals. I find myself asking Prof. Rollins if this was written now or it was something that was prepared. I am suspecting that there's an upper hand here. But thank you so much. HIV and AIDS unit. Oh, okay, okay. I'm just being informed that there's still more speakers who would like to share their written pieces. So I'm going to invite them. Oh, okay. They are part of the competition. Okay. So you can come forward, ma'am. Yeah. So it's actually a song, not a poem. Oh, a song in the background. Oh, probably I'm looking for something different. Yeah, so she's doing it uniquely. Maria, have I read it that side? Okay.
Greetings, molweni, dumelang. Mna ndingumzukulu wakamaphandla nodunjane kaNxasane. Ba re ke Mofokeng ka tsalo ka tlhago ke swele. Ke ngwana kwena Mmina Phomosila Kolobe. Nor do I forget the roots that nurtured me from my maternal side. Ke Thaka Dusepa Matsatsa, e dinela dibogale go epa bosigo. By name, I am Mojakumoroli Moletle. I'm a master's student in medical anthropology and an emerging neo-expressionist artist, living and creating in Cape Town. My practice is really a deep dive into the human form. I explore themes of the body, health, healing, spirituality, and the examination of contemporary society. I do more than exist. I interpret, I create, and I heal. The song playing on the background is one of my favorite jazz songs by Ntate Zim Ngqawana, Kula Kwethu. But without wasting any time, my poem is titled Finding Peace in the Middle of the Storm. It looks back to the 2 years after my matric when I was battling with depression. At the time defined by constant rejection from universities. During that season, I found myself working at an Ethiopian store to make ends meet. It was the shelves that I turned to my art and the inner self to create a way forward. This is a story of how I survived and how I'm now thriving. 2 years stretched like a restless sea. After matric, the winds carried only rejections. Universities closed their doors. Jobs turned me away with silence. Beneath the counter of an Ethiopian store, the smell of coffee and spices filled my days, while nights belonged to the canvas. My art spoke when I had no words. They call it art therapy. I call it finding the self. Every sunrise felt like negotiation, lost in the gray of a retail cloud. Patience became the slow stretch of the soil. Adaptability, the stream through the stone. In the storm's eye, I learned is not the act of struggle. The courage to create light when the world offers only shadows. I walked away from the job, focused on my art, focused on the dream, focused on the goal. I prayed and I prayed and I prayed again until light broke free and asked the winds to carry me to where I'm meant to be, the University of the Western Cape. My depression didn't need a clinic, it needed a catalyst. They say when you align your soul, the universe unlocks its doors. And now I stand a living dream. a master student, a junior lecturer, a mentor, an ambassador, an artist. I am the storm. I am the sun. I am the falling rain. All because I dared to claim my destiny. I dared to dream.
Hi. I didn't introduce myself. My name is Tshegofatso Maluka. I'm a final year psychology student and I haven't picked up a pen in 4 years. So excuse me if it's not sharp enough, okay? So initially the title was um, Everything Now, but after writing the poem, the title is Brown Tiles. My psychologist said I should give my bully a name. It's her method of showing me how actually small my bully is. She said I should give my bully a name so it can tremble and shake whenever I speak. So my bully knows I won't bow down to it. So my bully knows I won't surrender. So well then, let me tell you about my friend, anorexia. No, matter of fact, let me talk to my friend, anorexia. Remember me, anorexia, the girl you whispered sweet lies to, anorexia, the girl you tore limb to limb and convinced I couldn't ever look at the mirror. As you gripped my face tight and shut my mouth, made me watch in detail how you tore my family from my mother to my father. You set me front row, made me watch my family tear apart. Then you told me that was the ending as we both watched the credits roll. I thought we were friends, anorexia, but you used me. You found a sad, insecure little girl and you lashed onto me. You screamed at me, made me feel guilty for eating something as small as a banana. You forced me to choke it out. You called me fat, ugly, stupid, fat, over and over again. You repeated the words to me, became my lullaby. You tormented me, anorexia, made me exercise for 2 weeks and deny me anything to eat. You commanded me to choke it out and choke out last month's dinner. You lied to me. You told me I'd never feel beautiful after. But how can a girl like me be capable of beauty when I still feel heavy? When you're the one that told me I'd never be beautiful, you gave me a rule book. Your rules were simple. 1. Check the calories every meal you eat. Check the calories of every meal you eat. 1. If you ate too much, choke everything out. 2. The skinnier, the prettier, nobody wants a fat friend. 4. Have a measuring, always check your weight. 5. If you weigh too much, choke everything out. I trusted you, anorexia. You promised you'd make me feel better, anorexia. You promised to fix me, anorexia. But in the end, you left me on my father's chocolate brown cells to die. You promised you promised that you would set me free. That was your last lie. I'm still here saying your name, anorexia, and watching you die. Thank you.
I'm good without the mic. I just need to use it. Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. Okay, so um, I have my laptop, but if it's easier with this, yes, no problem. No, yeah, what's the song? The wife, the wife. Yes, I Jocelyn Cook. Who's the artist? Jocelyn Cook. So just so Jocelyn Cook is it the first spelled books like so I think it's very done. Oh, it's Don't Leave. Sorry, it's Don't Leave Me, Joe. Don't Leave Me, Joe by Jocelyn Book. How do I spell J O's? Oh, I think Jocelyn Cook. We need a specific version you want. This one. Yes. Just that, and you can play from this from start to as a easy from top. Ask someone whose land is this.
where poetry fails to capture the grief of loss and love, of tied up tongues, peeps stumbling around in dead time amongst fallen cradles, hid identities. Where
watching strangers, all the walls, and on the mountains, that once quench thirsty souls. Faking ignorance of whose footprints lie deeply etched in wealthy sands and trees harboring stories. So, to travelers whose desires then become the subtle disease of capturing land. In a land where the land is automatically from a river that no longer belongs. Fighting ignorance of whose footprints lie deeply etched in wealthy sands and trees harboring stories so incredible, whose desires then become the subtle disease of capturing land. In a land where the land is alternative to drink from a river that no longer belongs, forcing them to breathe in an underground asylum of vicious desolation. Ask someone whose land was this, where humanity failed to explain the grief of loss and love, of tongues tied up, rendered speechless, lost identities fumbling around in desolation, denied the grace of dreams. Shattered souls, splintered in a million fragments, denied the right to grieve. All evidence of ownership concealed in wine and ego and drunkenness. Swearing away what truth lies between two worlds of unrepentant greed and an executed life. Whose footprints would be found in the excavated soil? And whose stories would be found deeply preserved in mud and glory? How can we trust the wealthy storyteller who sells the seeds of grief stories sold to travelers whose desires then become the subtle disease of capturing land? In a land where the landless are forced to sing an empty song, drink from a river that no longer belongs, and forced to grieve in a place bankrupt of air, a place without oxygen. Thanks.
Talent knows where to go. If I was as talented as that, best believe me, you would not ever catch a breath. Thank you so much, Danny. That was Danny. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. So now we are going to have an image. Are we going to put up, Harriet, an image from Dogelo? And the title of the image is My Dalliance in the Face of My Creators, Lies and my Courage. Are we going to have that? Unfortunately, Dogelo is not with us, so I will just give you 2 minutes to interpret the image. Thank you. Anyone who made sense? Anyone who captured the meaning behind the image? Anyone who would like to share with us what they think is reflected? So I'll just give you 30 seconds to come forward. Anyone? Okay, thank you. I just want to say or express my appreciation to the HIV and AIDS unit. I think they contributed mainly on the last segment of student expressions. So for me, I would really like to see more of your work on campus because it is truly healing. So I would like the unit to please come forward and tell us if maybe they do have projects coming up for others who are interested to also sit in because people pay for these exhibitions. So if they do have activities coming up, thank you so much if they can just come and just let us know. Yeah.
Thanks to the CHS faculty for creating this platform. I think it's really tremendous. And just to say, that last part was actually a collaboration between us and the sports recreation recreation and science unit department, which is across the way from us. So the CHS is creating collaboration. We are going to be informing you of when you just need to watch the notices. We will inform you when our players are coming up, but you're welcome to come to us. Our unit is opposite the sports science department, the old education building. There's always somebody there. You can pop around if you want to join the drama club or any of the activities. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shahid. Let us continue with the program of the day. We are slowly coming to an end. So remember the conversations we had earlier on? So we need to return to those, and we are going to spend about 10 minutes to just sum it up. Then we are also going to have someone who's going to be reporting. Then Luzanne is going to come and give us an overarching feedback of the conversations. Thank you so much. Luzanne, how do you propose we do this? Do they go back to there, or is it fine? Okay, okay. So let us invite now the three facilitators to come forward and thank you.
Okay, so I will be just summarizing the question we had on how can we support students to process the trauma they see on the clinical platform, and to summarize some of what the feedback was from each group. One of the biggest things was participants highlighted the importance of preparation and setting proper expectations before entering clinical spaces. And they've also said that they would like a space where they could have debriefing between blocks instead of jumping from one block to the next block, and have space more for peer-to-peer debriefing and peer-to-peer mentoring, especially from students that have maybe done that block before or been a year ahead of them. There was suggestions, especially from the nursing students, around cultural sensitivity training. So because you're jumping from clinic to clinic and there are different cultures represented, not everyone is prepared for how to handle situations, how to speak, body language, etc. So there were times where they felt challenged in that situation. They also participants also noted the need for students to learn their own boundaries, develop coping strategies, and gain that before going onto the clinical platform. So there was even a suggestion for simulated environment where you could learn how to deal with traumatic experiences before you actually face them in the clinical setting. So doing a simulated type of environment. And there was a framework of care suggested where we get
all people, but the students, lecturers, clinicians, supervisors, and they create a framework of care across that, because some students felt that the supervisor only comes in once a week and they were the clinician in the week, but the clinician isn't always available, or the clinician downplays the effects that the trauma has on them that they might be experiencing in the clinical space. There was also this thought of normalizing silence, because sometimes we want to fill the gap if a patient or a client is telling us something, and there was a suggestion to normalize holding space. Sometimes we don't have to jump in to fix a situation. And then there were also this differing expectations from different supervisors and students having to jump from one space to the next, and having maybe some time in between where there could be an expectation setting for the next block. And then in essence, they also wanted to just say there should be a framework for reflective practice, the self-responsiveness to what was going on a block. And if I've missed anything, I'm sure Luzon will summarize it at the end.
Good afternoon. So I will be summarizing the question: in what ways can we integrate physical wellness as a tool to strengthen mental health among students? So most of the participants felt like it's very important to understand the body's responses and to recognize temperamental elements. There were a lot of very interesting suggestions. People spoke about yoga, the use of green spaces, which was a very interesting discussion, because we heard that on main campus, students often take walks and then they do reflective thinking and reflective writing. And then we thought, well, at BMC, we can't do that. Prof. Marishan had a great idea. She said, what about a green room? Why don't we just create a space that we call a green room with plants and sort of a yoga space where students can have that same sort of experience. Then they spoke about breathing exercises, cross-coaching, so collaboration was a very big theme, and outdoor activities, obviously, in safe areas. And then they also mentioned the importance of self-awareness as a prerequisite for personal growth. Check-ins, even if it's just a 5-minute space to share how you're feeling, in addition to journaling, the 5 senses exercises, which was sort of connected to grounding yourself, and then the use of white noise or binaural beats. Participants also highlighted the need for clarity through frameworks, as well as creating quiet time and spaces for holistic lunch hours, as opposed to this time being spent in silos. And there was a strong emphasis on embedding meaningful self-care practices, including reducing commitments, which is something that we would all like to do, but isn't always possible, enhancing self-awareness and reflexivity through grounding techniques for both students, but also lecturers, and then strengthening time management and task prioritization. Then additional suggestions included feedback, check-in activities, in particular in the classrooms where students feel like they kind of just dive into lectures as opposed to lecturers checking in with them, even if it's just a 5-minute, how is it going with you? Then also use of herbal teas, aromatherapy, fostering intentionality, and developing and prioritizing individual plans.
Okay, and then last but not least, so we had the sense of belonging group. Why is a sense of belonging to a team important to your academic journey? Goodness. And so we came up with a notion of a chain. So sense of belonging is represented as a chain that one clicks into the other. So participants describe belonging as central to professional identity formation and as a form of grounding. They highlighted the role of support systems, particularly the ability to connect during times of difficulty, and noted that belonging contributes to confidence and becoming a better version of oneself. We also said that belonging was linked to contributing to group goals, teamwork, and building chains of connection and linkages. And we represented everyone's specific identity as a charm on this keychain that connects with one another. Participants also spoke about the importance of shared identity, including feeling seen, understood, and guided, as well as developing relationships, which is not always something that's easy to do. So, how do we formulate those relationships in order to create that sense of belonging? They noted that belonging supports adjustment and transition, particularly when students or staff are unsure of where they fit in. The absence of belonging was associated with separation, loss of passion, and challenges often noted among postgraduate students. From a well-being perspective, participants describe belonging as helping to situate oneself within a tribe, if you a sort of a Ubuntu tribe, supported through induction and mentorship, role modeling, and fostering a sense of purposefulness. They also highlighted the importance of safe spaces, peer support, and a sense of safety, as well as connection through journaling and trauma support mechanisms as key characteristics of a sense of belonging. So thank you to the groups for that great sense of belonging. So it doesn't look like Sibulelo wanted me to give the overview of all the groups, which is a big part of the World Cafe, by the way. But thank you for the participation. So, so the idea around the World Cafe stems from the fact that when we are in different circles, we can use each other's information. So I'm a social constructivist by heart, and I believe that our knowledge forms out of conversations with others, and it builds on what other people contribute towards a discussion. And so the start of the World Cafe, you obviously contributed towards one question, and then when the participants then move to the next round, the facilitator would share and you would build on those ideas from the previous group. So taking it back to what the theme of today was, we needed to obviously then create this one sense out of this room, what we think surviving to thriving means, and this reflexive pathways to collective student well-being in health sciences means. So when you were asked to reflect on how we move from surviving to thriving, one thing became clear, and that was that thriving is not simply about reducing stress or coping better. It is about making and creating environments where students feel connected, supported, and able to make meaning of their environments. So the first thing that stood out was the reality of clinical training. Students are exposed to trauma, suffering, and complex human experiences, and this happens very often in their professional journeys. So sometimes as often as second year or third year, students are exposed to this. Thriving, therefore, depends on not avoiding these realities, but on how students are supported to process them. You highlighted the importance of preparing students for what they will encounter and creating ongoing opportunities for reflection, debriefing with peers, mentors, and clinicians. You emphasized the need to develop emotional awareness, to recognize personal triggers. I think that was this group that spoke about recognizing those triggers, the personal triggers for students, and what situations might bring them on, and to build coping strategies grounded in self-compassion and reflexivity. In this way, resilience is not assumed, it is cultivated through intentional support. Secondly, there was a strong emphasis on the connection between the physical and mental well-being. We were reminded that students experience stress not only cognitively but in their bodies. So, thriving requires helping students to understand these embodied responses and to engage in practices that regulate and restore them. This includes simple
but powerful strategies such as breathing exercises, time in green spaces, journaling, and moments of quiet reflection. Importantly, you argued that these should not be optional extras but embedded into the curriculum as part of how we train health profession students. Thriving in this sense means becomes a daily intentional practice rather than a reactive response to burnout. Finally, and perhaps the most powerful one, is that you highlighted the importance of belonging. Thriving is deeply relational. Students need to feel that they are part of a team, a community, or what some described as a tribe. These spaces provide grounding during times of difficulty, times to foster confidence and the support for the development of a professional and interprofessional identity. No one spoke about that today, but I'm adding interprofessional identity. So when students feel seen, understood, and guided, they're more able to navigate transitions and uncertainties. Conversely, when this sense of belonging is absent, students may experience disconnect, loss of passion, and questions about where they fit in. Across all of these insights, reflexivity emerged as the thread that ties everything together. It is through reflexivity that students make sense of their experience, they integrate their personal and professional identities, and engage meaningfully with others. However, reflexivity doesn't happen automatically. It must be intentionally created, supported, and normalized within our teaching and learning environments. Ultimately, moving from surviving to thriving requires a shift in how we think about student well-being. It calls us to move from individual coping to collective care, from reactive interventions to embedded practices, and from a narrow focus to performance. From a narrow focus on performance to a broader focus on identity, meaning, and connection. Thriving then is not something students achieve alone, it's something we create together through relational, reflective, and responsive systems that allow students to not only endure their training, but to grow through it. That was your answers, basically. Thank you.
Thank you. So the three facilitators, I'm not sure if you'll be able to share your pieces so that people who are not here can have access to some of the suggestions that were recommended by the subgroups. So it's a pity that not all our students could make it to today's event because they needed to be in practice. So I'm talking mainly on behalf of the social work students who are on practice on Wednesdays. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Luzanne, for summarizing it very well and capturing it very well. Does it show that Luzanne and I are peers? Does it show? Because to a certain extent, I feel challenged. No, I'm joking. So now I'm feeling sorry for the judges who need to judge and comprehend all of that. So they asked for just 5 minutes. They stepped out. Then for the free, is it free writing? What do you call it? The people who spontaneous writing, for the ones who were given titles and what? Yeah, the 3 minute poem challenge. I was also asked to ask you if you are comfortable to please share your writings to Mariette, so that we can also share with others who are not part of this event today. Then, so they are going to come. So all the entries, all the submissions that were submitted as entries for the competition are going to be judged. Unfortunately, the 3 minute poems are not going to be judged because we don't have access to those. Then they're also not part of the entrance. So speaking of the judges, I'm going to invite, it seems as if they've made their decision already. So if a decision has been made, judges, the three judges, if a decision has been made, then I'm going to invite one of the judges to come forward and make announcements as well as announce the prize and the winner. Thank you. Then immediately after that, we are going to have Maria Florence and Mariette who are going to come forward and provide a vote of thanks and closing. From me, thank you so much for your participation. I am not going to come forward again. Thank you so much.
Guys, I want to say that was incredible. I don't think you guys need this degree. I, I think you have mad skills. And I'm really, really impressed. And you know, two people said this, and eventually I wrote it down. To hold space for someone is not to fill the space. So we created the space, but what you did with it, we were not expecting. It was really so incredible and such a treat for us to watch. Somebody also said these are performances you pay for. We just we came and we got lunch in the process. We didn't pay for this, and we had a whole show. So I'm seriously impressed, and we did realize that framing it as a competition is actually insane because you are all so talented. It's really more of a celebration of your talent because you took the theme and you developed it into something so amazing and shared your person. We saw you as people. You shared such personal details, and it was really beautiful and moving to watch and to experience. So thank you so much, especially those who just prepared on the spot. I mean, really see incredible talent, and maybe you're wasting your time here. I shouldn't be saying that as the Deputy Dean of Learning and Teaching. There are other things you can learn, but you have something there already. So you never have to feel anxious. You have talent that you can really, you can live off that. So having said that, I'm going to ask all of the people who performed to come up so that we can give them another round of applause. And I want to include those who did the impromptu poetry as well. Please come forward so that we can see and enjoy and celebrate your talent once more. And then I have a confession to make. We did this on a shoestring budget, so I would love to give prizes to every one of you, but we have decided on a third, a second, and a first prize, and then Anya's got little sweeties for everybody else because you were amazing. So, ladies and gentlemen, in third prize with a poem Anorexia, Sefatu Mafata. Am I saying that right?
Thanks, girl. That's right.
In second place, with her piece, Finding Peace in the Middle of the Storm, Mojakumo Mulefe. And then, ladies and gentlemen, and this was such a treat, her piece called simply Oxygen, Danny Jones. Thank you so much. Going to hand back. Thank you, everyone. I hope you got your sweetie. We really appreciated that treat. And I'm serious. Think about it. You could make money off this talent, man. I'm going to hand back to you, Sibu.
Like the agents. I need the CPD. So we just had a concert. Actually, I could close my eyes.
I said I'm never coming back here, but I'm invited once again. So, Mariette, are you going to participate in the vote of thanks?
Just repeat, Sibu.
Yeah. Are you going to participate in the vote of thanks, or are you going to allow Prof. Lawrence?
Yeah, I'm going to participate, but I'll stand here if it's not a problem.
Yeah. Okay. Then
Sorry, Sibu. Before we do that, may we quickly do that announcement of the open mic, or did you have another time for it?
Okay. So there is an invite for an open mic from Tasneem. Tasneem is from the Writing Center. So this was shared today. So if you are interested to participate in the open mic, that is going to be organized by the Writing Center under the Directorate of Teaching and Learning Student Success. So the details are here in the screen. I also do believe that it was also shared on the UWC communication. So you can also check here.
Yeah, thank you, Siba. I just want to say Tasneem attended today and she was so amazed by CHS and the wonderful work that we are doing. And she really deliberately invited all the students to be part of the UW's open mic. So let's go and have our presence. And Shahid, I think you must also just go and shine in your glory. And thank you for everything today as well. Thank you, Sibu.
Yeah. And another creative that I was asked to recognize is Dr. Human Anya, who designed this for us. Thank you so much for taking your time to design this. Then Prof. Florence is going to recognize other people who contributed in organizing this event. Thank you so much. I'm done now.
Thank you, Sibu. So let me start by saying thank you, Sibulelo, for standing in as our MC. We really appreciate the how you kept us all in line and kept the flow going, but also made it interesting and exciting for us. Thank you so much. I want to thank all of you for being here today. I want to and for staying the course. The room is still full, so thank you very much for staying. I want to thank all the speakers who contributed their piece, different things, very, very exciting and interesting as well. Some of whom were on the task team, and I know that it was the task team who brought some of the other speakers in as well. We are very excited to be working more closely with Health Promotion and Wellness Unit. Did I get it? So thank you. We consider you part of the team now, Shahid, and we are excited to get to know the students and the volunteers that you work with as well, and some of your programs. All the students who were here today, you have really made this day very special. I mean, we are working all on our own, the staff. It's really quite boring. But you have made it very exciting today, and it was lovely to be here with you. Thank you, ABS, for keeping things going, running up and down with mics and things. You're always great. As it sorted out the table so nicely for us. Yesterday already they were calling to ask, you want it like this, you want it like that. I had no picture Luzanne, but I said yes, yes, yes. And it worked out just fine. The venue management, the catering is never enough, but they did a good job. I want to say a special thank you to our organizing team, our task team. Oh, my iPad is doing weird things. Our task team, is quite large, and I'm going to try and remember all the names, but you guys will have to tell me if I forget anybody, but I'll get to that later. I just want to say especially thank you to the World Cafe facilitators. So this morning I said Gerard and Luzanne because I'm thinking other World Cafe, but sorry about that. Shantae Johannes, Maylene Salo, and Candice, I did mention your name, Candice Lombardo, with Luzanne as the lead. You did a great job. And I'm also very excited that our students got to work with you because I'm sure they learned a bit. Anya Sinalo and Shloni, thank you for that. That was the crux, and we heard what it yielded, and it's going to be really exciting to work with what came from that World Cafe discussion. I thank the Dean in her absence for making herself available this morning. Carrie Smorenberg for her keynote this morning. Letitia Kleinhans helped with some of the administration. She's not here right now. And then again, Anya, Shloni, and Snalo for sorting out the registration. But just coming back to the task team, Anya Human, you heard, she did that lovely leaflet with Meet the Speak. It was her idea, and she put it together on short notice, and we kept dragging our heels with information, but she still made it work. She put fake pictures in for a while, and then she sorted it out when she finally got everything from us. So thank you for your patience and for the last minute stuff. I'm going to read through some of the names. I already mentioned Shantae Johannes, Candice Lombardo, Farana Furfuri, Chris Leisegang. We worked with Alfia Mojela. He's not here today. He's our PR person. Luzanne, I've mentioned. Thank you so much, Luzanne, for pulling that together. Lee, I know you worked with Luzanne and Anya on the program as well. Maylin, you are always very active in anything mental health with our students. Thank you so much. Mariette is absolutely my arms and my legs. I can do nothing without her. So thank you very much, Mariette. Makaya was always involved. Makaya Malema, Marishan van de Westhuizen. I don't know where you guys are sitting. I hope you're still in the room. Marie Young wasn't able to make it because sports science had other event. Shamila Hamid, you've worked with us. Shahid, I've mentioned. Neil and Vicky. Vicky Ticha, you've also worked with us. And Zainab Kaidu, who's new in the faculty, have all worked on this task team. And we've been working on this for a long time because we were going to host this event in October last year. But then they patiently parked it, came back to it, started all over, and worked diligently. And we met at least once or twice a month to put this idea into action. And so I really appreciate all the contributions to making this come alive. And during the day, and thank you, Marishan, for that suggestion. She floated the idea that we could do this because I'm always saying when we don't have money, they don't give me money as the Deputy Dean of Learning and Teaching. We can't do this too often, so we do it once a year. But she was saying, but we could do it more informally, and the students have absolutely proved that to me that we just have to create a space, and you will fill the spaces and use it as a healing tool, which you have done today. So I think we are going to find a way to do this more regularly. So that we keep, like I said, this priority in the faculty of focusing on student mental health. But I'm going to hand over to Mariette, but I just want to say a last thank you so much for being here and for participating so actively, I mean, really actively, and for making this day such a wonderful success. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, we also, Shade is just reminding me, if you're okay with it, those who did poems and other pieces, we would like to, and Mariette will speak a little bit more about her idea, but she's going to create an online space where we want to put your work, if you're comfortable with that, to publish it there. So if you can mail it, you can mail it to me. The students who who entered the competition will have my email address, but for those who were part of the impromptu poetry exercise, it's just mflorence like the city in Italy, mflorence@uwc.ac.za. You can send the poems to me if you're happy to do that, and then we'll put it on that platform. Thank you so much, Maria.
Thanks, Maria. You have said it now. The wonderful, beautiful city in Italy, Florence. Can we give a hand to Prof. Florence, our Deputy Dean? So if I'm the arm and the legs, Maria, you are definitely the brain and the head around everything. So thank you for you, or to you. I think the faculty really appreciate your passion for learning and teaching. And just from all of us, if we can buy you the biggest bouquet of the most beautiful flowers, we would have done that. So just know that you mean that to us. Thank you so much. She's always so passionate and eager and humble. I haven't met any person like her in my life. So thanks, Maria. A huge token of appreciation to you. And then also to our students. You amazed us. I think we can give a round of applause to our students. So I'm just going to say something different. You can make extra money with this. So please keep studying. And then also to our lecturers, our faculty representatives, the task team, we couldn't have done this without you. It feels like family. Can we give ourselves a round of applause? And then to Shahid and your unit, I hope you feel home. You know, we are a home away from home. So wherever it's not home for you, we hope we can provide that. Thank you so much for just jumping in. I can still remember our initial email conversation, and look where it has brought us. So a warm welcome to our family in CHS, and we are really looking forward to our collaborative approach going forward. So thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to the Wellness Center. Then I'm not going to talk long. I'm just going to say that I will work with Shantae. We have a meeting tomorrow. Is it right, Shantae? Yeah. We are preparing for the International Teaching Week, which will also focus on student well-being. You should have seen or must have seen the invitation already, and the call for participation go out. If you need more information, please reach out to us. Sonalu, can you just put up your hand? He's our senior GLA in the faculty, and he also yesterday met with a cohort of students. And Amber, I hope you're going to be part of this wonderful initiative as a representative of council, where we are going to have your student voice in this International Teaching Week through this community of practice. So we really need to build this relationship with you, and we wanted to do that since 2024, but we just struggled to get the machines oiled. Now we have Sanalu that's going to keep things together for us, and we are going to be actively engaging with the community of practice for students. That student community of practice will also include the first year transition officer, Zoe Bock. And Maria, she confirmed yesterday again that she will deliver her poem at our International Teaching Week. So that would be great. So the idea is then to build a website, and this is what Shantae and I am going to work on for the International Teaching Week, but also starting with our student well-being. The colloquium we hosted, I'm showing that on the screen. We hosted our first student well-being colloquium in 2024. Prof. Mauritian, you were a central part of the planning thereof at that time already, where Prof. Mauritian had international guests that spoke about supported education and how we can bring in such a framework. So we have already planned that we will have a CHS framework for supported education that will then include, obviously, the implementation of the policy on well-being. Then also we are looking through the community of practice to also build an academic advising sub-framework. And the work that Candice has done in this regard for the mental and academic well-being of students will be something that we will definitely incorporate in such a framework. And as all of the colleagues say, students don't need more information. They are not wanting to learn. They do, but they are overwhelmed. And they just need to see for us to see them, the person behind the books. And we are really with a community of practice trying to get to those challenges that you are facing and further develop this academic advising sub-framework. Then the supported education sub-framework, Prof. Mauritian will lead us there. And then what I want to say is that everybody that's part of this today is that we have shared best practices and unique challenges, and this will feed into the academic framework, the CHS implementation plan. But what I really want to encourage us is to really be part of this community of practice. I see the camera is covering some of the words there. Maybe if Nicole can just shift that for us. So we call ourselves COPSI. So we are not cops. It's the community of practice for symbiotic integration. And I really want this community of practice to be staff, students, and external stakeholders to our UWC or CHS environment being one of those examples, Shahid. We really strive to build this and going strong. So we will build the website for COPSI, and we will be delighted to publish your poems, your performance, and keep that site alive. And Mylene has put her hand up to lead this COPSI for us, and she's already done tremendous work in establishing international relationships with GED campus. They specialize in mental health, and we are in the process of signing an MOU with them so that they are part of our community of practice. So we want each and every member to build onto that partnership, which you may think can be valuable for our community. So that is enough said from my side. I also want to extend my warm thanks. Maria, I had to sit next to this team. They were amazing. Thank you so much for helping Nicole and Michael and the other colleagues that's not here now. We couldn't have done it without you. The whole session is on YouTube, so we'll share the link with you so that there's always great memories that is shared. So, Maria, from my side, thank you also to the faculty. We are looking forward to continue this relationship, and please reach out in regards to the International Teaching Week coming soon. And let us give ourselves a last round of applause. Thank you.
Life and music, not the other. Oh, yeah.